Please be seated, members. Please take your seats, members. Mittendar, good morning to all those in attendance in the chamber, in the public gallery upstairs, and joining us online. Welcome to today's full council meeting. Agenda item number 1, prayers. I would like to thank the Reverend Helen Blaber, who is Rector of the Benefice of Land Pydar and Rural Dean to the Pydar Deanery, to lead us in prayers today. Reverend Blaber, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to lead you in your prayers this morning for what I think is an important meeting ahead of you. I'm going to start with the prayer for those in government, which many of you are familiar with. So let us just pause as we pray these familiar words. King of Kings and Lord of Lords, we give you thanks for those who are in public life. We pray for our King and for the royal family, for the Prime Minister, Cabinet, Government and Parliament, and for all those who assist and advise them, for those who serve in local government, and for all who work for local councils. Be present, we pray, in all their deliberations and guide their every exercise of political power. Cleanse every tendency to self-interest and inspire the ideal of serving others. The tactics may be tempered by compassion and decisions informed by wisdom, and our country be led into your light of your kingdom. And we acknowledge our own responsibility to pray for those who govern us, and we ask you to remind all who make up the church in our lands to do likewise. We pray in the name of him whose own authority flows from his readiness to serve, even Jesus Christ, our Saviour and Lord. Amen. I'm going to follow that with a short psalm, Psalm 93. The Lord is King and has put on glorious apparel. The Lord has put on his glory and girded himself with strength. He has made the whole world so sure that it cannot be moved. Your throne has been established from of old. You are from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their pounding waves. Mightier than the thunder of many waves, mightier than the breaker of the sea. The Lord on high is mightier. Your testimonies are very sure. Holiness adorns your house, O Lord, forever. Just wanted to say very few words about this psalm, because in this psalm, God is hailed as a king in all his glory. And the psalm is intended to demonstrate that God is king, that his rule is stable and prosperous, everlasting and ultimately reliable. In the context of all human conflicts, competing kingdoms, and threat to the divine order and power, and also the affirmation of God as King in writings like this psalm fostered a deep sense of the importance and longevity of God's rule over human rule. But more than all that, God's power in creation and in order over chaos is also talked about in this psalm. Even more reasons to accept God's power and rule. And just as in this psalm, imageries of water, of seas and lakes are found throughout the Bible. In fact, one of the first stories of creation tells of the waters being subdued. God's almighty power over all creation, even the unruly waters. And the point I wanted to make was that there is something all-encompassing about the scope of this psalm, and it offers us an opportunity to look beyond ourselves, When you stand on the shoreline looking out to sea, you cannot see beyond the horizon, but we know and trust that what lies beyond our view is land beyond the sea. Even if that is far away, the scope of our world is bound by creative forces that tell of the glory of God. And by being reminded of this imagery, of the huge glory of God all around us, I hope it puts our own small lives into context. So let's finish our time together this morning in prayer with the words of the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Reverend Blaber, thank you very much. Agenda item number 2, apologies for absence. Once again, you'll see that I'm in the chair today, members, as the chairman unfortunately remains unwell. I would like to take this opportunity to send Councillor Giles our very best wishes again. As much as I'm loving covering for her, I do wish her a speedy recovery and hope that she returns as soon as possible. I'd like to thank Councillor Wells for stepping in again to support me and the conduct of the meeting today. Thank you, Councillor Wells. So, in addition to apologies from Councillor Giles, I also have been notified of the following other apologies for absence. Councillors George, Kirk, A. Mitchell, Tudor, Williams-Pears. Do we have any other apologies for absence today, please, members? Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I have to leave at lunchtime to attend a family funeral.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Agenda item number 3, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests. If you are aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or a non-registerable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda today, you must disclose it, whether or not you already entered it into your register of interest. Any interest today, please, members? Councillor Tell.
Thank you, Chair. I have an interest in 11.2. I have happily carried.
Thank you, Councillor Tell, and good to see you. Agenda item number 4, Chairman's announcements. I would like to start by saying that I had the honour of welcoming His Majesty the King, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister during their recent visit to Newquay. The Chairman recently had the opportunity to meet with the new Naval Regional Commander for Wales, Western England and the Channel Isles, Commodore Tristram Kirkwood, alongside Cabinet members and the Chief Executive. This was a productive meeting that laid the foundations for continuing our positive working relationship. On a more sombre note, members, it is with deep sadness that I share the news of the passing of 2 respected former councillors. Barbara Spring, who served as a Cornwall County Councillor for Saltash East from 1985 until 2001, and Ruth Lawarne, who was elected to Cornwall Council from 2009 to 2013, representing Penzance East. Their contributions to the community of Cornwall will not be forgotten, and we send our condolences to their families. I will now invite Councillor Rogerson to, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group, to pay tribute to Ruth Lawarne.
Thank you, Chair. I'm privileged to have this opportunity on behalf of the Liberal Democrats to speak. I'm privileged to have this opportunity on behalf of the Liberal Democrats to speak briefly about Ruth.
Sorry, Councillor Rogerson, we're struggling to hear you today. There's a lot of background noise. Would you mind taking a seat and speaking into the microphone?
I've always thought of myself as little.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. The words are from Councillor George, who's unable to be here today, who knew Ruth particularly well. So on behalf of Andrew and of the Liberal Democrats, I'd like to read this. Ruth was a talented, gutsy and passionate campaigner. I first met her when she had a leading role in the successful protest to save Blytho Hospital, which included, as I recollect, an occupation of the building by a group of women, including Sue Luscombe, as she was known then. She was an active councillor from the early 1990s on Penwith District, Penzance Town Council, Cornwall Council, and the County Council. She provided our area with the benefit of a political leader who you could always have confidence in, that she would do the right thing and for the good of local people and the environment. Ruth was bright, sharp-witted, well-informed, articulate, and had outstanding political intuition. She was driven by a keen sense of her responsibility to combat social, gender, and environmental injustices wherever she confronted them. Ruth was always prepared to speak up when others wavered. She naturally engaged her audience through her passion and her values. I recollect she fell ill with Parkinson's about 5 years ago. She was also admired for her beautiful singing voice. Ruth is much missed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Members, we will now stand to observe a minute's silence. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Finally, I would like to welcome Paul Grant, our new monitoring officer, to his first full council meeting of Cornwall Council. I've had the pleasure of working with Paul over the last week, and I look forward to continuing to work with him between now and May as he settles in. So a big welcome to Paul. And members, just a last point from me, can we please make sure that all electoral devices, phones, tablets, laptops are all on mute, please? Agenda item number 5, leaders' announcements. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all here for such an important meeting where we will be setting our budget for the next year. Reaching this point in the process has taken a huge effort, and I'm sure my cabinet colleagues will testify to you during today's meeting. And so I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone involved, and of course, especially to my Deputy, Councillor David Harris. For the past 4 years, David has been the bane of all our lives. I'll finish now. With his forensic approach to every penny we spend, and for that, we are grateful. It has been a time of incredible financial pressure for local authorities across the country, and his efforts and those of the finance team are hugely appreciated. Thank you. Those financial pressures will feature at tomorrow's meeting of Britain's leading edge councils, which I'm delighted to say has expanded to include Wiltshire and Somerset councils. It is more important than ever that rural areas stand together to ensure that we are not overlooked by a government that has its roots in cities and urban areas. Throughout the past 4 years, one of the most important things for me has been going out and listening to our residents, whether through my monthly phonings on Radio Cornwall or via the Listening to You sessions we have held across Cornwall. Sadly, this week sees my final two, first with Julie Scantlebury on the radio tomorrow morning and at my last public meeting at Penwithwick on Thursday evening. Being able to hear the issues that really matter to our residents is vital, and it is something I hope the next leader of this council will continue to do. It is a real reminder of what we work for, and that is to improve the lives of those we serve. Summaries of all the public meetings are published on our Let's Talk Cornwall website, and it is always worth taking the time to read them to see what has been discussed. So thank you to everyone who has supported me in these sessions, and to those of you who have taken the time to come along, and I hope you do appreciate the value of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Agenda item number 6, minutes of the meeting held on 21st of January 2025. I will move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 21st of January 2025 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by myself, subject to the following amendment raised with me in advance of today's meeting, which I am happy to accept. It reads, the addition of VIII on page 9, the resolution as drafted did not appear to appropriately deal with the member oversight of the process, including the overview and scrutiny process. So I will now ask Councillor Wells to second the minutes. Councillor Wells, are you happy to do so?
I second the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Members, we are having some technological issues with our voting system this morning, so I'm going to revert back to the traditional method of a show of hands. So all those for, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. That's carried. Agenda item number 7, questions from the public. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions, and where the member of the public is not present, Councillor Wells will read the question for them. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary questions that is put must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Today we have 6 questions, members. Question number 1. This question is from Mr. Lightfoot of Carnan Downs, who is not in attendance, so I will ask Councillor Wells to read the question on his behalf. Councillor Wells, please.
Why was a junction on Morley Avenue Truro proposed, given the significant impact it will have on current traffic conditions? Were alternative solutions considered? If not, why not?
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Councillor Donifon, portfolio holder for transport, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Acting Chairman. The junction on Morley Avenue, Truro, was proposed as part of the development at High Newham to facilitate access to the new housing scheme. The proposal aimed to establish a signalised crossing to manage traffic flow and ensure safe access for residents of the new development. The Highways Officer's response to the planning application, PA14/07792, included an assessment of 2 potential options for the junction, both involving a signalised crossing of Morley Avenue. Alternative access options were considered but ultimately ruled out. The decision to proceed with the signalised junction was based on its ability to manage traffic effectively and meet safety requirements. The assessment of the junction is set out in the committee report available on the online planning portal. Subsequent planning applications at High Newham have also been considered by Highways officers with comments provided. These comments can be found on the online planning portal under references PA19/01094 and PA19/07322. While the junction is expected to have an impact upon current traffic conditions, including potential delays and disruptions during construction, it was deemed necessary to support the new development and improve overall traffic management in the area. The decision was made with the understanding that the long-term benefits of improved access and safety would outweigh the temporary inconveniences.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. And can I just ask that all those joining us remotely today, would you mind turning your cameras off while you are not speaking, please? Question number 2. This question is for Mr. Redgewell of Weybridge, who is joining us remotely. Welcome, Mr. Redgewell. Please, would you put your question?
Yeah, my question is simple. What discussions did Cornwall Council have and the bus improvement plan on the loss of the open-top buses? And will the existing bus services, such as the one, our local one, Padstow to Newquay, be able to deal with the loss of the open-top services in the summer? The same applies in St Ives, where they closed the hub where the open-top buses used to actually stop, and where the staff looked after them. That hub's now been closed by First Group. So what is Cornwall Council doing?
Thank you, Mr. Redgewell. Councillor Donovan, portfolio holder for Transport, please.
Thank you, Mr. Redgewell. The Council recognises the importance of engaging meaningfully with operators, which it does on a regular basis, including in relation to BSIP funding. However, decisions relating to open-top buses are operational commercial decisions for operators and not for the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Mr. Redgewell, we can't hear you very well, so can I ask that if you do have a supplementary question that you follow it up with Councillor Donovan directly, please?
I will do, yeah. I'll put it in writing and send it to you.
Thank you very much. Question number 3. This question is from Mr. West of Camborne, who is not in attendance today, so I will ask Councillor Wells to read the question on his behalf. Councillor Wells, please.
With the enhanced quality partnership with First Group plc, South Buses Division, what discussions have taken place with the Council on the closure of the waiting facilities at the St Ives bus station, and are any bus shelters planned to take the station?
Thank you. Councillor Donovan, portfolio holder for Transport, please.
Thank you. The First Bus has taken the decision as a commercial operator, and discussions have not happened through the enhanced partnership prior to the decision being made. The position is being reviewed by First Bus after the winter to determine whether the customer area will reopen. The Town Deal investment is supporting bus operations in St Ives by incorporating a new lay-by and waiting shelter adjacent to the Malakoff Gardens along the terrace. We are looking to commence construction works early in March 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Question number 4. This question is from Mr. Yates of Boscastle, who is in attendance today at County Hall with us. So welcome, Mr. Yates. Please, would you ask your question?
Good morning, thank you. The parking order review ignored over 260 local responses from Boscastle, removing a levy that funded public toilets and lowering charges against local advice, causing significant amount of lost revenue. Why consult communities if their input is ignored, and will the Council now reinstate the levy to restore sustainable funding?
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Councillor Donovan, please, portfolio holder for Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Yates, and good to speak to you earlier this morning. The 260 responses received from the Boscastle during the consultation for the proposed off-street parking places order 2023 were noted as individual responses. These responses were fully considered by the Strategic Director and Portfolio Holder prior to the final order being made. 23 responses mentioning Boscastle were received during the 2024 consultation to amend the current off-street parking places order, all of which were recorded as individual responses. To answer and to continue our conversation from earlier, and to answer your question directly about the levy, is know that that was removed in the 2023 parking order, and there are no plans to reinstate that.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Mr. Yates, do you have a supplementary?
The parking order reduced charges, cutting this council's revenue and removing Boscastle's sustainable levy, making both this council and the community worse off. If local people can manage assets more effectively and efficiently, will you commit to supporting a devolution model that allows our community to take control, restore a system that worked, and ultimately bring positive benefit back? More money for our highways, a parking policy that works for our community, and a toilet which our community had until standardisation was more important than sustainability.
Mr Yates, thank you. Councillor Donathorne, please.
Thank you for your supplementary question. The levy was removed for a purpose, and that provides consistency on tariff parking regimes across Cornwall. That happened 2 years ago, and as I repeat, there are no plans to do that. We have had a conversation today where you've proposed some alternative options. Some of those go outside of my portfolio, so I can't comment on those on the floor of the chamber today. But the position is as it stands. There are other funding options available for the local council. That's not for me to comment on or to advise, but I'm very happy to continue the conversation that we had this morning. And thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Donathorne. Question number 5. This question is from Miss Kell of Perranporth, who is not in attendance today, so I will ask Councillor Wells to read it on their behalf. Councillor Wells.
Hello, I am actually here.
Excellent. Miss Kell of Perranporth, welcome to today's full council meeting. Would you please ask your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I did manage to log in. Thank you for the link. My question is, the Cornwall Council has received £100 million bus grant. It's obviously going to be very well spent, and I look forward to seeing its various allocation. My question is, what's happening, as my previous speakers have asked, about the bus rail at interchange at St Ives? If that bus depot is not going to reopen, we need proper shelters with seating for older people like myself who need to sit between buses, and it's long waits, and of course need to be sheltered from the weather. Also concerned about the Padstow old bus station. Obviously it's a long way up the hill. What's happening there? And the Bodmin Railway Park, again, passenger lifts and improvements there. Would you be kind enough to give me some updates?
Ms Kell, thank you. Councillor Donathorne, portfolio holder for transport, please.
Thank you very much, Ms Kell. Cornwall Council has had an additional year of bus service improvement plan funding, phase 4, confirmed for 2025-2026, and I very much welcome this. This totals £9.72 million and is split between £5.48 million of revenue and the remainder as capital funding. The purpose of this revenue grant is to make a real difference for people across the country by improving bus services, and this should include ensuring that socially necessary services are preserved or created. Due to Cornwall's rural and coastal nature, all services are considered socially necessary, connecting our communities with towns and villages where people can access essential services, employment, education, health and leisure. We're using it to provide stability of these vital services to continue to provide a network on which our residents can rely. With an allocation of just over £4 million of BSIP capital funding, we're aiming to focus on rolling out real-time information where appropriate and focus on simple but effective bus infrastructure improvements. We're also looking at bus station upgrades to ensure a high standard and welcoming environment for our bus users. Upgrades to signage, timetable information, real-time information, and the general layout will provide investment in this infrastructure for operators and a consistently higher quality waiting environment for passengers. The programme is yet to be finalised, so I'm not able to share details about specific locations at this time. But it should be noted, however, that the town deal investment is supporting bus operations in St Ives by incorporating a new lay-by and waiting shelter, as I mentioned in my response to a previous question earlier this morning. We are looking to commence that construction works in early March 2025. And I thank you very much for your question this morning.
Ms. Kell, thank you. Unfortunately, the line also isn't very clear, so if you do have a supplementary, please put it in writing to Councillor Donathon, who I'm sure will be more than happy to respond to you. But I am grateful for you making it and attending virtually today, Ms. Kell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
very much.
Council.
Question number 6. This question is from Mrs. Carline of Truro, who is in attendance today. Mrs. Carline, welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. Please put your question.
Thank you. Welcome. Glad to be here. My question is headed Keep Cornwall Distinctive. Cornwall Council has published the draft interim policy statement in response to the government edict to build 88,000 houses, increasing the population by over 150,000 people, which is a 23% increase. How can the Cornwall Growth Board endorse / justify the promises made in Appendix D and at the same time keep Cornwall distinctive? Thank you.
Mrs. Carline, thank you. Councillor Monk, portfolio holder for planning and housing, please.
Thank you very much for your question, Mrs. Carline. It's great to see you again. I'm reliably informed that 53 years ago, you used to occupy seat number 56, wherever that is. So I salute your continuing commitment to this council and hope to see you around for many years to come yet. So thank you and good to speak to you again. The interim policy position statement clearly sets out our intent to give weight to issues of design and distinctiveness when dealing with applications in the period before the next local plan is adopted. Distinctiveness is not a function of population size or number of houses. It is a consequence of how developments are designed, laid out and located. It's important to remember that less than 7% of Cornwall is built on, including roads, transport infrastructure, as well as other houses and buildings. Having a safe and secure home, job and infrastructure is fundamental to our well-being, alongside the obvious need for food, energy, and preserving the natural environment. The interim policy position statement is the main tool we have to provide clarity for applicants and case office and planning committees. Appendix D expands on that and is part of our emerging thinking for the next local plan and reflects what we consistently get told in many forums by local councils and elected members and other stakeholders. However, for the avoidance of doubt, we are all committed to ensuring schemes which come forward and get approved are as appropriate to the character of the area in which they are located as possible. There is also a reality of the context of which we plan. Our places and landscapes have always evolved and they will continue to evolve. Our places and landscapes will not remain static and unchanging. Our population is going to change through natural growth, ageing and migration. We cannot change that, but we can choose how we respond and plan for it. Our climate will change how and where we live, especially in coastal areas. We have choices to make about how we use our land, which is also the function of private land ownership and individual business decisions. Our land has equally valuable roles, whether that is for growing food, building roads to reduce journey times or congestion, or building houses for all of us, managing drainage, providing for nature, and acting as a store for carbon, creating buffers to coastal change, creating space for employment, producing energy, or even simply as a landscape to be celebrated as a thing of beauty or historic and cultural significance to look at and explore. Even those areas are scarred and fundamentally changed by past mining activity. All those things are of value to society, and the local plan is a means of brokering how we think those uses should be distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Mrs. Carline, do you have a supplementary for Councillor Monk?
Yes. My response is really on the land use and supplies. So thank you so much for your response. You will be aware that alongside the document entitled Cornwall Interim Policy Position Statement is one calling for land / sites being offered for development, the Schlar map. Can your Cornwall Growth Board not see the correlation between these two documents and the World Economic Forum, which states who controls the food supply controls the people? This is exactly what is happening. Look what's happening with Bill Gates and his large land swathes he's purchased. Look at the farmers in Holland and their lands being taken away from them. This is exactly what is happening. If Cornwall is expected to build 88,000 houses, have you made a calculation of how many productive farms you will lose and how much less food will be available to feed the extra 23% increase in the present population? As the climate change policy is to eliminate our livestock, our eating habits are to be changed, and we are, according to Bill Gates, soon to be eating maggots and grasshoppers and factory-produced meat. Is this what the people of Cornwall really want? This is not something in the future. This is planned by 2030. But in Appendix D, page 25, in case someone hasn't read it, you promise, in my opinion, the impossible. It is so far from the truth, in my opinion, that it should be deleted from the document altogether. But more importantly, by acquiescing to the government's directions and consequences which follow.
Mrs. Carline, I have the utmost respect for you, but could I have your supplementary question, please?
Here, my question's right here.
Thank you.
By acquiescing to the government's directions and the consequences which follow, are you not in danger of contravening the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities? I look forward to your response because I would suggest our Cornish culture and our Cornish identity will be seriously eroded. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Carr-Lyon. Councillor Monk, over to you, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I, for one, would not like to be eating. Can I carry on?
Yeah, Councillor Monk, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your supplementary question. And I, for one, wouldn't like to be eating maggots and grasshoppers, although my wife would probably say my cooking tastes something similar to. Look, the only constant is change. That is something I've heard time and time and time again. Cornwall is changing. We all know it. We all know the population's growing. It's grown since I moved here in 2009, and it's growing and will continue to grow over the next 20, 30 years. We need to plan for that growth, and we need to make sure that the Cornish distinctiveness plays as much a part of that as possible. And that is what our local plan aims to do, is to bring along all strands of Cornwall life, all the things that the Cornish people, our sons and daughters, need for the next 20, 30 years. This local plan that we've been talking about will not be finalised in this administration. It will take years and years to finalise and to be brought forward. And I look forward to, and the job of this administration is to bring it to this certain point, and the next administration will take it forward to its conclusion. I'm just looking in general. So we can't remain as we are, because if we remain as we are and we don't grow and build and plan for Cornwall's future, it disadvantages our youth, and we will continue to see the exodus of Cornish people from Cornwall because they can't find somewhere to live and work in Cornwall. So I take on your concerns. I think many of them are valid, but I think the next local plan, all the things that you've just spoke about, will be brought forward and built into the local plan to ensure that we retain as much distinctiveness, as much Cornwall for the Cornish, and for people who want to come and take some of the jobs that the Cornish simply cannot do because they haven't got the skill, and put it into a place where it's as best for anywhere. No, it's true. There's hundreds and hundreds of jobs at Trelisk that we just haven't got the skill set to fix. You know, people say infrastructure, but we can't fulfil those jobs because people can't move down and find a house to live. So it's true. But thank you very much for your supplementary question.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Thank you, Mrs. Carline. Great to see you. And I am sure Councillor Silby is keeping seat 56 nice and warm for you. Agenda item number 8, allocation of seats. I I will ask Councillor Taylor to propose, Councillor Rich to second the recommendation on page 23 of your agenda packs. The appendix with the agreed allocation has been tabled today, which should have been placed on your desks. This has been agreed by the majority of group leaders, but if there are any comments after it's been moved and seconded, I'm happy to take them. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Looking to page 23, the recommendation I'm happy to support as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Rich.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to second this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Councillor Conway.
Yeah, as things stand, I am content to carry on as suggested. There are, however, very strong rumours that there are more people about to leave from the Conservative benches. If indeed they do, I would look to a further amendment for the next meeting. I know it sounds daft that it's this close to the election, but if the Conservatives don't have their proper percentage of seats, the seats on the committee should be spread accordingly. So all I'm saying is, if there are more defections, I would be looking for a further change to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Conway. Councillor Taylor, anything to sum up?
Happy to go to the vote, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. So for today, members, I think we can use the voting system, and all of it is now back online. So for today, members, recommendations that are unamended will be on the screen, and I will also refer to your papers. If any amendments do come from the floor today, not on the budget, but any other amendments come from the floor, then they will be input into the system and I will read them out. If there are unamended, then I will refer to your papers and on the screen and will not be reading them out. So,
Mr. Chairman. My point of order is we have just taken a vote to say we will revert today to the previous voting thing, i.e. voting by hands, show of hands. Having taken that vote, we should therefore remain with it. Thank you.
Councillor Conway, thank you. I didn't do that, but thank you for your input anyway. The vote will now be open for recommendations on page 23 of your papers. Please vote for, against, or abstain using your microphone bases. Thank you.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, members. Sorry, Councillor Rushworth, you had the chance. Everyone had the same amount of time. Your machine's not working? I think you'll find it is. Thank you, Councillor Rushworth. Agenda item 9.1, Council Business and Financial Plans for 2025, 2029, and the budget for 25-26. Members, can I please have some quiet? Members, our primary objective today is to set a balanced budget, and it is imperative that we do our utmost to ensure that we do so. Today, we initially had two budgets to consider, the Cabinet's budget with adjustments and an alternative budget proposed by Councillor Frost and seconded by Councillor German. Following written confirmation by Councillor Frost, his alternative budget will now not be proposed today, and therefore we have one budget on the table before us to consider. It is important that I remind you that, in accordance with paragraph 5.1 of the Budget and Policy Framework Procedure Rules, alternative budgets are not amendments in the normal way, and, as in previous years, they will be taken as standalone alternatives. But today, we only have one budget that can be approved, so please be aware when voting that you are voting for all of the recommendations as set out in the relevant pages of your papers. In accordance with our procedure rules, amendments from the floor are not permitted today on this item. When it comes to it, and in accordance with the Local Authorities Regulations 2014, the Council is required to have a recorded vote on the budget. You will use your normal microphone bases when you vote for, against, and abstain, and this will be recorded in the minutes of today's meeting. I intend to conduct this agenda item as follows. I will ask Councillor Harris to move and Councillor Taylor to second the recommendation set out on pages 29 and 30 of the agenda pack, as altered on page 11 of the supplementary pack published on Friday. I will be allowing Councillor Harris up to 10 minutes to present his recommendations, and I will be allowing 5 minutes from Councillor Taylor to second. I will then ask other group leaders or the nominated member of their group to make statements on the adjusted Cabinet budget. I will go to Councillor German, Frost, Cole, McGowan and Conway in that order, and I will be also granting each group leader 5 minutes for their speeches. Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out a degree of assumption, which I'm sure is not attended, in agenda item number 12, which is at the back of the paperwork. It's just a reference for further. I understand entirely that this recommendation should, it's not normal to have it changed, but on page 439 of the statement, the background to the statement on the pay policy, it said the provision, this statement has been approved by full council on the 25th of February. And I would have said that that's a degree of assumption that I'm sure it's an error, but I would have thought it should have been said it is expected to be approved by full council on the 25th of February. Thank you.
Thank you for raising Councillor Fitter. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Chair. Is this mic picking me up? Good. At the outset, I want to thank Councillor Frost for the proposals contained in his original proposed alternative budget. Of the 5 savings proposals he wanted rid of, we've accommodated 3, and the relevant service director has confirmed that the other 2 were covered in other ways. Councillor Frost also asked for money to progress a study to improve the A30 junction at Plusher in his ask. That request had already been referred to Cabinet, and we have simply brought our decision to work on this business case forward and effectively include it within the budget. I will not repeat everything I said at Cabinet 2 weeks ago about this budget. What I will say again and again is that this has been far and away the most difficult budget to develop and put forward to Council. To get to the original balanced budget that we presented to Cabinet in November involved asking services to find nearly £50 million in savings on top of everything that had been asked for in previous years. And then, of course, we got the additional smack in the face when final settlements were announced in December and we were £6 million light. This budget is becoming nigh on impossible given the mismatch between growing demand and cost on one hand and stretched resources on the other. I've heard many other council leaders expressing the same view, and as we've seen in recent days, an increasing number of councils cannot achieve the legal requirement for a balanced budget without exceptional financial support from the government. It underlines the scale of the fiscal challenge faced by the sector that 30 councils have been allowed this exceptional financial support via capitalisation flexibility to the combined value of £1.4 billion for 25/6. The fact that Cornwall Council is not one of those 30 councils is testament to the sound financial management of this authority, which isn't easy given our size and complexity. We've had to meet unprecedented and significant increases in demand for services, mainly statutory ones, and the soaring cost of providing those services. But, as the External Auditor's Annual Report for 23/4 makes clear, we are effectively sailing close to the wind, which is why we are also taking the difficult but responsible decision to put money back into our reserves. As I said at Cabinet 2 weeks ago, at the point that both rural and urban councils are on their knees, the last thing I expected from government was to remove the £105 million Rural Service Delivery Grant and create a £600 million recovery grant for the primary benefit of urban councils from which we got nothing. I am deeply concerned that what we are seeing is a shift to supporting urban areas where government perceives its voter base to be, and that is precisely why I support the actions of North Yorkshire Council in taking steps to seek a judicial review of the government's decision to remove the Rural Services Delivery Grant. At this stage, I will mention my continued fury at government actions in respect of national insurance contributions. In her autumn statement, the Chancellor was clear in saying that councils would be fully compensated for the direct cost of increased national insurance contributions. This just was not true, and we found ourselves something like £500,000 out of pocket here. And that is before we come to think about the costs of increased national insurance contributions that will be suffered by our group of companies and all of our other suppliers, not least in the care sector, where we know margins are tight and that we, this council, carry the risk of being provider of last resort. This brings me on to reserves. As I mentioned earlier, we've had to consider and respond to the recommendations of the external auditors in respect of our reserves position. I know that reserves are a sensitive topic. We need them to protect against the unplanned risks and issues that could come our way. Higher inflation and pay costs are already being discussed in the media. And we've seen this morning with the announcement of electric prices going up by 6% at the end of this month, or end of March, I think. Because of these pressures and the issues we've covered in the Q3 performance report, with the £8.4 million overspend, we've had to increase the provision against risk in our general fund reserve. With higher levels of adult and children's social care demand and the risk of supplier failure, we cannot ignore the additional risk this could place on the council. On top of this, our external auditors are for the first time saying that our 5% provision in the general fund is barely enough and should be higher. So not only have we topped up the general fund reserve, we've also transferred £5 million into the financial sustainability reserve to hopefully cover against some of the more foreseeable risks, noting that the amount in the financial sustainability reserve for this year will be fully utilised by the year end, coping with the current year's overspend. And I'll say this again, I actually hate this word overspend. It may be true in some places, but much of our overspend comes from increased demand for statutory services such as children, adults and homeless. So if we've spent the budget at the end of January, what are we meant to do? Say come back on the 1st of April? No, but calling that an overspend, I don't think is fair. What's fair got to do with politics? We've also transferred £2.5 million into the collection fund volatility reserve. This is specifically to cover any possible shortfall in the new second home council tax that is coming in. Moving on, our capital programme continues to have investment of over £1.9 billion through to 2930. This remains a large number, but Cornwall is a large place to invest and maintain. Our large road network, number of schools, natural environment all need maintaining, and we are focused on this and our investor save projects when allocating capital budgets to the 4 priority outcomes. One point on this is that there is £228 million in the programme in further finance for Treveth to finance our programme for decent housing, etc. This is a big number, but as Treveth is maturing, we have now directed them to start looking at external financing so that hopefully we can remove some or all of this requirement. I would also add in relation to Langarth that we are currently in detailed negotiations with Homes England to come in to partner with us there, with a view again to being able to reduce demands in the capital programme. Given everything I've said, I have to pay credit to the support and advice I've received from officers that has enabled us to be in a position where we can still present a balanced budget for next year. I do want to thank the Budget Scrutiny Committee for their work in looking at the budget, not once, but twice. I also want to thank members of the public, the business community and our partners who took the time to share their views on the proposed budget and a number of service-specific savings as published in November. Taking all the feedback into account, including views expressed by members of the Council since Cabinet, and also the fact that we received a greater amount of public health grant announced after the publication of these recommendations, I am proposing an adjustment to the draft budget totalling £660,000 to accommodate the 3 remaining issues raised by Councillor Frost. The details of the proposed changes were published on Friday and listed alongside all the papers for this meeting under the title of Public Questions and Further Papers Relating to Agenda Item number 9.1. The removal of the 3 savings, as I've already said, amounting to £660,000, is offset by the revenue funding available as a consequence of the more favourable than expected public health grant funding for 25/6. Overall, this proposal aims to protect the contribution to reserves in line with external auditor recommendations and our Section 151 officer's view, whilst also protecting frontline services as much as possible. In respect to the remaining savings in this budget, I will repeat what I've said previously. These proposals are lawful and achievable, but they are not in any way, shape or form considered desirable. In conclusion, this was absolutely not the budget I envisaged putting forward for 25/6 when I took on this role in 2021. Two factors, demand and cost, have created a perfect storm, which I think we have weathered better than most. And the increase in the number of councils seeking exceptional financial support from the government, I believe, validates that view. It's been difficult to bring everything together, but we've got there, and I hope that we can all get behind this budget today. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Harris has had the most challenging budget setting process ever, and we are not alone. We have been shortchanged in the provisional statement, but David has said enough about that. I second this budget, fully aware of the financial constraints we face this fiscal year. Despite the budget and the challenges, this budget outlines clear priorities and focuses on maintaining essential services. It's crucial that we work together to find innovative solutions and maximise the efficiency of our resources. By exploring alternative funding sources and implementing cost-saving measures, we hope we could mitigate some of the financial strain. But we cannot continue to stretch that fiscal pound. And the question has to be, what happens next? Because without a committed source of future funding, and I mean in the next 6 months, we will experience pressure on our budgets that will only impact on our residents. I believe that with the dedication and strategic planning of our officers, they will try hard to navigate these financial difficulties as effectively as they can, but acknowledging increased demand on services and resources. I urge all of us to support this budget and work together towards achieving our shared goals, and one of them must be that ask for fairer funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'll now go to group leaders, starting with our nominated spokespersons from each group. Councillor German, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, if you vote to support this budget, you are voting for reductions in street cleaning and bin emptying, drawing back from tackling damp and mould in people's homes, applying charges to free car parks, the removal of the 2 to 3 hour parking tariff, meaning that our residents will have to pay more for their parking, reducing funding for the Youth Council and the removal of lollipop ladies, to name just some of the cuts that are in this budget. The Cabinet talks of difficult financial times whilst finding money to treble spending on consultants, finding money for a nice new sign for the Leaders car parking space. I thought we got rid of that years ago. And increasing borrowing by £300 million. Remember the Councillor Harris who was worried about borrowing, who felt the world would end if we reached a £1 billion capital programme. Today he's putting forward a £1.9 billion capital programme. Borrowing per resident is up £500 over 21 to 24. That's a 25% increase over the life of this council. During a Tory-induced cost of living crisis, the Cabinet have been happy to support a 4.99 council tax rise each year. This administration is perfectly content to treat Cornish residents' hard-earned money as a cash machine. Cornwall Council started with a net revenue budget of £561 million in 2009, and the Conservatives inherited a net revenue budget of 601 million in 2021, so a £40 million increase over 12 years. These were truly the times of austerity and difficult decisions. Over the last 4 years, the lowest annual increase has been 52 million. From 21 to 25, we've seen a rise of 239 million to a net revenue budget proposal today of 840 million. That's a staggering 40% rise. Matching this, government grant in 2021 was 81 million and is now 114 million. An unbelievable rise of over 40% this year, being the highest ever increase for Cornwall Council at 13 million. Yes, the Rural Services grant has been cut, but the funding, and make no mistake, the funding for councils, rural councils, has always been lower. That was the same when we had 14 years of Conservative government as it is now. Matching the, and I don't think that includes, so I think my figure's out of date. I think it's more than that with the additional public health grant. Yet Councillors Harris and Taylor, who used to vote against council tax rises and increase in borrowing, are asking the hard-pressed council taxpayer for more. But then they do say that the only constant is change. That there is no use of the second homes council tax for local needs properties in this budget is a betrayal of both second homeowners and Cornish residents. Chairman, a condition of independent group involvement in the leadership of the next council will be a programme of zero-based budget reviews across all revenue budgets in the first year, as well as a fundamental review of the capital programme. It is apparent from the proposed budget that the Cabinet have been at best inept in their financial duties. The independent group are financially responsible with Cornish taxpayers' money, and we will continue to do so should we take over the running of Cornwall Council after May's elections. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Frost, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I do want to thank Councillor Harris for accepting our suggestions into his budget. However, as opposition councillors, we are not given the tools or the transparency needed to propose a truly alternative budget. The alternative put forward amounts to just 0.07% of an £840 million budget. It barely scratches the surface when so much in this budget will still hurt our residents. Cuts to climate action, the fire service, street cleaning, homes maintenance and family support workers, the list just goes on. And all of this comes from an administration that has squandered millions on mismanaged projects, a capital programme spiralling out of control, an unwanted mayoral deal, the ongoing mess with the airport, and let's not mention the hole in the ground at Pydar. Millions of pounds wasted, and yet we have very little to show for it. But what really takes the biscuit is that for 3.5 years, we've had to listen to the Conservative propaganda machine telling us how well Cornwall has been treated by the government. But let's be honest, central government has given us nothing but turds, and this administration has expected us to believe that they were made of gold. Until, of course, the last 8 months. I'm not sure what changed. Despite all of this, whatever happens today, the Liberal Democrats with other opposition councillors have fought to protect services, ensuring that in this budget going forward, the Adolescent Intervention Service, the Handy Person Service, stopping the cut in the HWRC opening hours and securing the Plusher Junction feasibility study. But we also know that there is still so much more that could have been done. Unfortunately, being unable to put forward amendments on the day means that further considerations cannot be made. If this budget fails today, is it a chance to revisit the numbers and make better choices? At Cabinet just a few weeks ago, we were told there was no alternative, and yet in that short time, 4 different choices have already been made. If that's the case, what other better choices could have been made, and what better choices could still be made if this council has the opportunity to look again? Cornwall deserves better.
Thank you, Councillor Frost. I will now go to Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. I think my overriding emotion today is one of great sadness. And listening to the discussion so far, it's just getting sadder, I think. Another budget, maximum council tax increase, cuts, redundancies. We're in a truly dreadful position, and it's been a decade and a half of this. Just to show you I can do maths, that's 15 years, one after the other. Successive governments. We've had shifts from, well, local government is less and less a priority for the centre, regardless of who's in power. There's been a shift from government grant towards council tax. That may be less bad than it was a few years ago, as Julian has said, but I think it's fair to say that local government continues to be an unprotected part of government expenditure, continuously under threat. And we're in a reality that people using our services are looking in and they're paying more and they're getting less. And that's not just a perception, that's a reality, given the position that we actually find ourselves in. I think it's unsustainable. Local government is being hollowed out in different ways. The financial settlement we receive is inadequate. It's unsustainable, it's unfair. And, I'm saying, where is the funding specifically to address Cornwall's unique challenges? And it's right that we do actually compare Cornwall to the other Celtic nations. We all know that we're underfunded, but just look at what they're getting in Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland in comparison. And I think we should do that, and it's quite scary. Now, our group, at our meeting this morning, we totally acknowledge the hard work that's gone into this budget from officers, from the cabinet, and also scrutiny members. But it has to be said, it remains so disappointing that given the Conservative dominance in this chamber over the last 4 years and at Westminster, that we did not generate more appropriate funding settlements for Cornwall that would have taken us forward more positively. And whatever else we say, this administration and its members do need to actually own this budget. The leader noted the need to put pressure on the present government for fair funding, quoting the fact that there was going to be an urban focus. The deputy leader noted the same sort of thing. And I share their disappointment at this year's allocation, the loss of the rural grant, the lack of funding from the recovery monies. But this is on top of what's gone on for the previous decade and a half. The key issue for us going forward is how we do actually come together to ensure Cornwall is fairly funded going forward, and how we do actually send a strong message to Westminster that this just cannot go on. So for that reason, where we are at the moment is we are absolutely struggling to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group will not be supporting the budget for 2025 and 26 because it continues the trend over the last 4 years by investing too heavily in capital projects at the expense of core services and valuable, hard-working employees. In our view, the Conservative administration has failed to deliver on much of its repeated goals to make Cornwall a better place to be a child, to live well and age well. Instead, it has rowed back on net zero ambitions, seen a reduction in children's services and public satisfaction levels, and a sustained increase in council tax and capital debt. We are pleased to see the inclusion of Councillor Frost's recommendations in the main budget, as they offered sensible improvement to some key areas under threats of cut. Recognising the ongoing review and anticipated changes in local government funding structures next year, these proposals look for a 1-year commitment until further funding details are made available. Much has been made about the economic external factors that have impacted this budget, but it's how an organisation responds to these fiscal challenges that is equally important. In the Cabinet meeting on the 12th of February, and repeated today, Councillor Harris stated that reflecting back to 2021, this was not the budget he envisaged setting in the final year of the administration. I think this acknowledgement is an indication that neither Cornwall or Cornwall Council is in a better place than it was 4 years ago, when Conservatives took office. The removal of the Rural Services Support Grant has been frequently mentioned as a key factor in this budget, but is referenced in government documentation in April 2024 that it was part of the business rates pilot scheme. At just 0.7% of Cornwall Council's revenue budget, it is far from the largest factor influencing budget decisions and those made over the last 4 years. Instead, issues such as a persistent increase in capital debt, inflicting a reported £1 million per week interest repayments, have a much larger impact on Cornwall Council's current budget position. At £49 million per year, this is coincidentally very similar to the value of cuts being proposed in this budget. The Labour Group have consistently voted against these capital increases, with the £10 million additional investment in the PIDARD project a recent and notable example, which is now being reversed in this budget to find savings and salvage something of a return on this stalled project. The significant capital programme delivery issues and escalating capital budget are compounded by the costly and inefficient approach to delivery. This month, we've been made aware of the inefficiencies and poor value for money provided by an externally commissioned contract with consultants that manage the delivery of high-value capital projects. This arrangement, on a fixed price basis, is costing the council huge amounts of revenue.
Point of order, Chair.
What's your point of order, Councillor Harris?
I fear Councillor McGowan is... Sorry.
I'm asking what his point of order is.
McGowan is straying into...
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Harris, what's your point of order?
Straying into items that were in part 2 at the recent audit meeting. I don't believe that's appropriate.
Councillor McGowan.
No reference to contract values or organisations as part of my speech, Chair. So the issue is because the scale of anticipated capital pipeline projects has not come forward. This does not include the fees or other ventures such as the Cornwall Airport Strategic Partnership and highlights inefficiencies and waste that remain within the organisation. With regret, it doesn't look like the administration is learning from its mistakes, as we see ongoing delivery of the Mid-Cornwall Metro, which is little more than an ex-Tory MP's vanity project, which requires upfront investment and ongoing subsidy for the first 3 years because the rail provider doesn't have confidence in the passenger numbers. So instead of freeing itself from the airport subsidy costs, we'll now be paying 2. Looking back at the last year's budget and external audit findings, there was a recommendation for Cornwall Council to explore further income generation opportunities and be less resilient on finite reserves. For me, the main income generating vehicles for the council are our arm's length management organisations such as Corserve, Treveth, Celtic Sea Power. But yet again, we continue to provide huge amounts of capital loans and overlook underpayment or no payment of dividends back to the council. When are these companies due to make significant and sustained profit, and when is the time to seriously review the overall effectiveness of this business model? Last year, I also raised questions about the outstanding debt owed to Cornwall Council, which at the time was around £3 million of unpaid and overdue loans. 12 months later, there is still a single loan of £2.3 million owned by a single company from 2020.
30 seconds, sorry.
Councillor McGowan, sorry, your microphone's gone off. Thank you. And 30 seconds.
Thank you. The previous Conservative government have obliterated local government funding over the last 14 years, and it's unrealistic to expect the new Labour government to have fixed this mess in just 8 months. However, the government has importantly increased local authority funding for adult social care and children's SEND provision, as well as increasing public health grant. These are ring-fenced budgets for essential frontline services, which importantly cannot be filtered into some obscure financial sustainability reserve or capital headroom budget. As we approach elections in May, the Labour Group hopes that the next administration, whatever its makeup, has a more mature and effective relationship with our 6 MPs and central government to ensure a fairer, healthier and more prosperous Cornwall. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. Councillor Conway.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to start my speech by thanking Alice Gunn. Welcome to Cornwall, welcome home anyway, but it's been quite an interesting welcome back to the financial state we're in, and thank you to David Harris. It's an awful lot of work and I have great respect for the work you've done. My problem with the budget currently is, first of all, the dedicated schools grant, and I will ask David to comment on his response to this. This is just going higher and higher and out of all proportion. According to our auditors, in 3 years' time, it's likely to be £98 million that's sitting there somewhere that we're going to have to find unless the government say, oh no, we'll cover it for you. The government haven't got any money, so I think it's highly unlikely that they will turn around and say, oh yes, we'll cover it for you. So this council will have to find the money, and that is something which will drain every reserve pot we've got. If you look at the auditor's report, our auditors have also picked up on this, so this is something that you need to be very concerned about. Our capital budget, every time we have another £100 million on the capital budget, it costs us £6 or £7 million a year on the revenue budget just to fund the interest and the repayments. We cannot afford to keep increasing our capital budget like it is. Now, just about every speaker who's spoken about the budget has majored on the capital budget and the state we're getting ourselves in by borrowing more money and borrowing more money and borrowing more money, and then we've got the problem sometime is we're going to have to pay it back, and we've got to pay interest along the way, and this is what is really causing me concern. So the capital budget needs to be reduced. We cannot afford to keep spending this money. We've got a headroom budget there which to my mind looks more like a slush fund, and it needs to be very, very carefully monitored that the only way you can take any money out of the headroom budget should be following quite possibly a decision by cabinet or something like that. It cannot be left to officers just to go and take the money whenever they feel like it. So the headroom budget is again something which needs to be looked very closely at. I'm not saying we don't need a headroom budget, but it cannot just be something that anyone can get their sticky little fingers in if they need to pay for a pet project they've got somewhere. So it must be very carefully monitored. We are short of money. We are very short of money. I welcome the fact that we now find £250,000 to fund the Plusher Junction project. This is something that is essential to save lives in East Cornwall. So thanks for the work you've done, Lee, on that one. Thanks for the work that Adrian, Adam, and the rest of us, we've been pushing this. Plusher Junction is something that really does need a flyover there or an underpass, but it's something that is the major source of death on Cornish roads at present, so it does need looking into. Why have we lost £1 million on our farms? I'll just put that in as an aside. What I would like to ask is, what is the position if we vote against this budget now? I am told we might well have to come back to consider it again, but as things stand, with the capital position as it is, I'm finding it very difficult to vote for it. The revenue side of it, we have our hands tied. We can't do an awful lot about it, but the capital position is something that we can reduce, is something that we can do and put ourselves on a much better future stance. Had Lee kept his alternative budget on the table, I would have felt able to vote for it. Why? Because it shows, I know it's virtually the same, but it does show that we have a lame duck administration now who need to look to the rest of this council to support and find out how things are going. If they'd have been talking to some of the opposition earlier on, we might not have got to the trouble we are. But as things stand, I leave it to you that we have an administration that is just reacting to how things are and just waiting for the 1st of May.
30 seconds.
When, unfortunately for the Tories, their numbers will be drastically reduced. So, thank you very much, James.
Thank you, group leaders. Councillor Harris, as with usual convention, you have no right of reply to group leaders, but please feel free to pick up their points during the debate, and I will come on to your involvement in the debate shortly. So in a moment, members, I will provide the wider council with an opportunity to speak on the proposed motion from the Cabinet as adjusted in the pack published on Friday. I think it would be fair to say that it would be near impossible for Councillor Harris to sum up all of the points in today's debate at the end of the debate. So therefore, I'm going to group speakers into threes, and after each three, I will bring Councillor Harris in to respond in line with previous years. At the end of the debate, I will then ask Councillor Harris to sum up. Once Councillor Harris has summed up, I will not be taking any further speakers and will proceed to the vote. Therefore, members, please raise your hand if you wish to speak, and please keep your hand raised so that Councillor Rowles can capture all of those who wish to speak. Thank you. Those of us on the right-hand side of the chamber that had your hands up, can you just pop them up again? Great, thank you, members. We've captured all of those. So, first speaker, Councillor Toms, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to lay blame where the blame lays, and that is with the government. Not just the government of the Labour Party, but the Liberals that were in government and the Conservatives that were in government. I asked a simple question of an officer. I said, tell me how much funding we got with grant and with rates from 2009 to the present day. In 2009, we had £561 million. Of that, government gave us 364 and council tax was 441. Because of the austerity, we actually went down to 2015 to £498 million. It then increased and we got to 2019, 2020, before we got back up to £561 million. Today, we're talking about a budget of £840 million. Out of that, and it's made up of £398 million from government. That's our council, that's our grant and our business rate retention, and £441 million from our residents. Now, that has a big impact on our local residents. And you know that I've done a lot of work regarding fairer funding. I've not just done it for the council, I've done it for adult social care, and we can prove that just by getting the average for public health, we will get £13.2 million more. It cost us £5.2 million just to get somebody in their car to a place to provide social care. Now, let's think about those things, added costs, and yet when they took the £5.2 million off us for grant, the government said, well, your deprivation figures are better. So I asked a simple question. What deprivation figures? Because ours are still 2019. And when I asked Matt Barton, he said, actually, they don't come out until September. Is that openness and transparency?
30 seconds.
Not. But what I can tell you is that today, the announcement that 6% on our increase in utilities, 10% because of the NI and the utilities on care, on our care providers. They are on their knees and they will go bankrupt. Now, I could go on and talk about this for a week, about how we're not fairly funded. So all of you can argue, but I'm telling you now, we're all to blame because we should be the 20,000 people that stand up for Cornwall and say, actually, give us more because you can do it for the Northwest, and they provided millions of pounds extra
Councillor
for
Toms.
councils in the Northwest. I'm sorry to go on, Mr. Chairman, but at that point really angers me because they actually get £2,780 per head of population more than, guess what, Cornwall does. Thank
Councillor Toms, thank you. Councillor Double.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you up there again. So, I will be voting for this budget, not because it's a particularly good one, and we've already heard that from many people already, but simply because we have no other choice. Cornwall is being shortchanged, members. We have already hearing it from everybody else. We're facing a £5 million reduction in government funding, and on top of that, we have to cover the rising costs of national insurance. Let's be clear, this government has failed us. My question is, what are our MPs doing about it? Now, you know, you'd expect me to say this. Their job is to fight for Cornwall, yet they remain silent when we need them the most. They might be happy to wave the Cornish flag come St. Piran's Day, but where is their fight when it matters? I could highlight a lot of funding that a previous MP got. Councillor McGowan has already raised that, but I won't. But it was multi-millions that our MPs got in the last government. Last year, when the original local government settlement was proposed, the MPs, I'm talking about 2024, yeah, 2020. Not our current MPs. They would know when the local government settlement was proposed. And our MPs, the Conservative MPs, back in the day, went to see the ministers and secured an additional £6 million for us. Our current MPs have had months to lobby for more funding in the local government settlement. They would have known what was proposed. They would have seen the cutting of the Rural Services Delivery Grant, but they have done nothing to fight for us. They probably see it as hitting the Conservative leadership of the council, but in reality, it is the people of Cornwall who will be hit by their failure. Our MPs should be working across party lines for Cornwall, but instead they waste time scoring political points while failing to deliver real results. Conservative MPs worked with the council under independent and Lib Dem leadership to bring extra funding, yet our current Labour MPs seem more interested in backing the government in London rather than fighting for Cornwall. Their job is to represent the people of Cornwall in Parliament, not to be Westminster's mouthpiece. Members, we need a budget. This one isn't
30 seconds.
But given the circumstances, it's the best we can do. I don't like it, but we have to balance the books. We deserve better. Cornwall deserves better.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Factual correction. Central government grant has gone up by 13 million at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor German. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. In the last few weeks, Bradford Council asked for permission to increase council tax by 15%. Not long after the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead proposed a rise of 25%. And it is going to get worse as councils go bankrupt left, right and centre. But with remarkable skill and dedicated effort by this Deputy Leader and the Cabinet, the increase is less than 5%. Congratulations. However, Storm Rachel will make a hard left landfall during the first week of April. It will add to the harm of the cruel removal of the winter fuel allowance and bankrupting taxation on our farmers. The coming storm has caused businesses and investors to lose staff, close down operations and moving enterprises offshore. The list of the Storm Rachel destruction is wide and deep. For example, Flambards and Dairyland, gone. Employers' national insurance threshold is cut from £9,100 per annum to £5,000. A huge 45% reduction, causing in turn a huge job tax multiplier to the employer's national insurance costs. Cornwall's hospitality, pubs and leisure businesses that Cornwall so much rely on for jobs and income will have business rate relief reduced dramatically. Their survival will be hugely impacted. This hard left Chancellor has also refused to rule out scrapping the single person discount, a vital 25% reduction for our elderly residents and widows, and widowers particularly. The hard-left Chancellor has already inflicted Cornwall pain when in December 2024 she cut the Rural Services grant by £5.2 million. She then took £550,000 off the allocated support to meet the obligations of their jobs tax imposed by them on this council. Shame on this Labour government. This hard-left government and their Labour MPs, such as Peregrine Moon, do not just freeze our elderly, bankrupt our farmers or destroy our entrepreneurs and aspiration. They remove funding from this council to demonstrate their dislike of Cornwall.
30 seconds.
Culture and our refusal to join their collective dream of Cornwall as a junior subservient part of a Cornwall, Devon, Exeter and Plymouth collective. I congratulate this Tory administration for the deployment of its considerable skill and determination to resist the defunding of our county, designed to hurt us for being who we are, a community to be determined to be true to our culture, heritage,
time,
and place.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Thoms isn't here to hear me being nice about him. Councillor Thoms' comments and his research on fairer funding, etc., are amazing and have been for a long time. It does let me pick up a comment of Councillor Frost's, who suggested that we had only been rude to this current government. I somewhere got a photograph of me talking to Michael Gove with my finger in his chest, saying, why are we not getting fairer funding? So, yes, I am giving this current government a mouthful, but we also have been having a go for some time before, because we all acknowledge here, we might not agree on a lot today, but the one thing we all do agree on is we've had nothing like fairer funding for a long time, and it is a point I've been making. Thank you. Councillors Double and Desmond, I'm grateful for your comments. I'm not sure there's a lot more I can add to them, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Next three speakers are Councillor Jordan, Councillor Bastian, and then Councillor Dwelly. Councillor Jordan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor German, you have a very, very short memory. I was here in the last administration when you borrowed money, £17 million for the Saints Trail, which you screwed up. Money for the Landgarth.
Factual correction, Chair. It was government grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor German.
But you didn't get it right. You didn't finish it. Landgarth, you borrowed millions for Landgarth, and we're still paying the penalty for that. Millions of pounds in interest. And Landgarth hadn't even started because you didn't get it right. We inherited Treveth, but I'm not going to go down that road. With this administration, my division has received more money than it has in the last 20 years. We get very, very little from the European funding, but now it's had over £500,000 in my division. I will support this budget. I don't agree with increasing council tax, but I don't think we've got a choice. And Councillor Harris, you mentioned about savings. Where might I find that on the internet, please? It's for the avoidance of doubt, so you might find it, Councillor German.
So Jordan, thank you. Councillor Martin. Sorry, Councillor Bastian. That's me reading Councillor Wells's writing. It's Councillor Martin, please.
Chair, is it okay if I sit down to do this? Because I don't think the money that we spent on the microphones was very well spent. So, we often hear members in this chamber complaining that our meetings here are a waste of time and that we don't have any meaningful votes. But once each year, we have the solemn duty to vote for a budget, demanding taxes from our hard-pressed residents and making cuts to the vital services upon which they depend. So, the key questions: how did we get here? Years of austerity under the Conservatives. Last year, we used £14 million of reserves because I think we all believed that the incoming Labour government would bring an end to that austerity and that the extra £24 million we had coming in from the double council tax on second homes would mean we could make up for that bit we'd borrowed and balance the budget this year. But what Labour has given us is actually more austerity, especially for rural areas. Now, someone pointed out to me recently that the building where the Lib Dems used to have their office, they rented a building, it's now been refurbished and turned into a £21 million mansion. The council tax on that £21 million mansion in Westminster is less than on a Band-Aid bedsit in Bodmin. Let that sink in. Yet by Labour's calculations, we're the wealthy council because a 5% increase on our council tax brings in more money than a 5% increase on number 4 Cowley Street. Go figure. On top of that, they've hit us with the national insurance contributions. So the direct cost of the council, £5.5 million, but it's okay because they've compensated us. They've given us an extra £5 million. Well, that sort of almost balances out. What's £500,000 between friends? But there are 2 problems with that figure. First, it ignores the £10 million extra cost on our third-party service providers, the people who collect our bins and deliver our social care and all those sorts of things. We just haven't been given any money to cover that. So effectively, £10 million is being cut from those services. Secondly, that number, that £5 million extra they're giving us, is rolled into the figure that Councillor German's telling us how lucky we are that we've got £13 million or maybe even £14 million extra from the government. Well, isn't that brilliant? We've only got to cover a £15 million national insurance hit, and then we can break even, let alone the increasing demand on services. How long do I get here? Next question. Are we spending enough on the essentials? Last year I was told that our road network is worth £7 billion, but has £300 million of overdue repairs.
30 seconds.
There's nothing in this budget that even says what that will cost. Right, my area of special interest, climate change. It is almost impossible. Councillor Jordan said his one question was, where can I find the savings? The truth is that the 200 different cuts that have been made are squirreled away in a spreadsheet that if you can't find them in the papers, even though I mentioned this to Councillor Harris last year, I mentioned it to the Democratic Services Officer, mentioned it to the Financial Officer, and they promised that all of those things will be in here in black and white. If anybody in this room has only read the papers on paper, you haven't even seen the 200 cuts that you're saving for. Councillor Donovan is waving the spreadsheet at me. I'll be as quick as I can. This is really important. If you use the wrong browser and you search Control F...
Start summing up, please, Councillor Martin.
I will do. It doesn't even show up. Councillor Harris said we've looked at this budget twice. Actually, I thought we're coming back in January to look at the response to the things that we asked for. But in fact, we only looked at the revenue once and then the capital once. We didn't get...
Doesn't sound like a summary to me, Councillor Martin. So at that point there, I'm going to bring you to a close. Thank you very much. Councillor Dwelly, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the grown-up response to this situation, whoever is running the council, is we know and accept times are extremely tough. We know that governments, plural, have not funded local government. It's a given. We also know who was in government, but I won't go there because others want to be too-party political about this. If you have such a tight budget, and Councillor Harris, you're rightly saying every little line matters. And I hear the leader saying you cannot stretch the fiscal pound. And Councillor Harris said, I hate this word overspend. Now, okay, fine. Let me say this. If you had an extra £3.35 million per annum, wouldn't we be able to save many services and jobs? Well, that's the extra this administration has spent each year on consultants. The figures have gone up, and I will give you the precise figures. First year of the Conservative administration, 1.48 million. That's from revenue funding. Now, last year, 4.83 million. That is a stunning over 300% rise in spending on consultants. Shame. What came from that, apart from a botched airport deal, where almost £1 million was spent on that, on consultants? If you haven't got much money, political choices matter, and you need to focus on what really matters. And I don't think what matters includes a consultancy to investigate motorcycle behavioural science deep dive. Councillor Harris, can you tell us why you have allowed consultancy spending to more than treble on your watch, having been such a vocal critic of spending on consultants in the last council. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Sorry, let me just stand up a second. Councillor Jordan and indeed Councillor Martin made one point about where do we find these savings. Remarkably easy to find. I just did double check this morning. If you go into your online cabinet papers, there is reference in blue to an online dashboard. If you click that, you can find every single saving listed with an explanation. So it's not stuck on a hidden spreadsheet. This, I think, also answers a point Councillor Frost made when he was speaking, when he said we're not given the tools to look at the budget. These savings are listed one by one. I don't know how much clearer you want them. And in a green world, I don't think Councillor Martin in particular would want me to be printing them out and distributing them to 87 members. Councillor Jordan spoke about fiscal responsibility and borrowings in particular. It gives me the opportunity to remind Councillor German of the fact that it was a council in where he sat in the cabinet that took out the Lobo borrowings many years ago that have cost us literally millions and millions of pounds. I believe you were part of it, Councillor German. Councillor Dwelly, times are tough. Indeed they are. And I checked some numbers here. And this also suggests, I think one of Councillor German's points about what have you spent your money on. Adult social care cost has gone up by 51%. Sorry, is that better, Tim? I hate stooping though. I hate sitting down as well. Sorry, I'm just difficult. Adult social care cost has gone up by 51% over the last 4 years, and it's still going up. Children's and family services has gone up by 44% over the last 4 years. Now, these are not costs we control. This was the point I made about this horrible word overspend. I think I've addressed the questions. No, I haven't. There's one left from Councillor Dwelly about consultants. I won't pick on an individual one. I've asked this question before, and a fairly simple answer here is in relation to consultants, that as we get meaner and leaner, it is simpler to bring in a consultant to do a piece of work than it is to employ full-time people with all the pension costs and the cost of getting rid of them, to be blunt, when they've done the job. So that's, in my opinion, a reasonable validation of increased use of consultants. Thank you.
Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address Councillor Martin's frustration, I think what the Power BI lacks is a search facility on it. So if you use the browser search facility, you can only search the words that are visible on the screen. So that would be really a useful addition in the future. But I am going to talk about one of the lines I have found. So we've got over £500,000 relying on staff savings. And this, within the description, the narrative, it says subject to staff and trade union consultation. Now, I've had anecdotal evidence from both staff and unions that these consultations haven't been at best practice, which I really hope they would be for the organisation I represent. So I'm seeking some reassurance that these consultations that have gone on, and the ones I've heard about have been particularly around adult education and the Growth Hub. So I'm seeking reassurance that these consultations have been in line with best practice and to the satisfaction of the unions and members of staff. Thank you.
Councillor Whiddon.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay, or shall I sit down? That's fine, okay. So I'm going to be voting against this budget, but not because I don't think that Councillor Harris and the Budget Committee have done everything they possibly can to make a balanced budget. And I want to commend the services who have been asked to make savings again, because this isn't just a consequence of the current government, but this is a long-term thing. But long-term decline in government services and government funding for councils as a proportion of what goes on in our economy. And as I mentioned before, many times before, there is a choice. And if we don't approve a balanced budget, then what could happen? We could get somebody from the central government coming down here and forcing us to make greater changes. Well, maybe we do need a team from Westminster to come and see the great work that Cornwall Council does, making very good use of most of the funding that it comes. In the 1980s, public sector funding from central government accounted for more than 50% of GDP. Since the 1980s, as I teach my students, we can see from a graph that GDP has increased every single year. And yet public services and government spending is currently below 25% of GDP. And let me give you some ideas of where the rest of that money, that growth of GDP has gone. Mercedes-Benz just last year made $25.64 billion in profit in 1 year, Mercedes-Benz. Shell PLC last year, $16.5 billion in profit. HSBC, $197 million in profit in quarter 4 only from last year. BAE Systems currently profiting from what's going around the world, $2.37 billion profit, billion pounds profit in 2024. Some furrowed brows can tell me that you're confused about why I am bringing these figures up. Because we are here arguing, again, over £500,000 or so. When I think we do have a choice, we should vote this budget down and shout from the rooftops, it does not have to be this way. We have a choice as an electorate, not just here within Cornwall Council, who are subject to limits on what we can charge our local residents. Government can and should fund well-being and public services and bring them down to see what we do here and what we need here. Currently, they're focusing on economic growth within their own rules for their own monetary spending based on their own growth projections. And yet, I go back to what I said at the beginning, GDP growth includes
30 seconds.
Spending. It includes government spending. Their own monetary policy is linked by their own fiscal and monetary rules, which they could change and should change for the benefit of residents and people and not people and planet, and not the profits of those companies. What do we get from those companies? We get increased carbon emissions, we get poor health from all of us forced to eat ultra-processed food, we get more cars on our roads, thanks to those car companies making billions of pounds of profit.
Time.
And yet we squabble about £500,000 cuts.
Thank you, Councillor Whiddon. Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor Painter. Councillor Barnes, have you got a point of order?
I propose we go to the vote.
Not happening. Councillor Painter, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I'd like to thank the council officers for all their hard work on bringing this budget forward. It's not just the finance team, it's the whole council as far as the council officers doing that work, so thank you. I'd also like to thank Councillor Harris for the work that he's done and for accommodating the alternative budget and the important money for the Plusher Junction on the A30, the #1 accident black spot in Cornwall. It'd be great if we can get some work done there. But this budget is about choices. We could have reduced the amount of cuts in this budget if this council had not pursued ridiculous schemes like the Mayor for Cornwall or the failed Newquay Airport sell-off. We all know that prevention is better than cure, but many of the cuts proposed today drastically hit our prevention services in our 2 biggest service areas around adults and children. This budget will hurt individuals and families in Cornwall. And just on a personal note, the Tory party have often been known as the nasty party, but they seem to have sunk to new lows, clapping one of their own at the last full council meeting and then casting him aside by this meeting.
Councillor Harris, please.
Wow. Okay. Councillor Fairman, you asked a very simple question, and I turned to the Chief Executive and glowered at her, and I checked, and all staff affected have been consulted properly under the direction of this council's head of people. Can't say a lot more than that. Councillor Whidden, I'm not quite sure where to go with some of your comments. We could sit down over a bottle of wine and discuss them properly. That's probably an inappropriate comment in this chamber, isn't it? One thing I would say is that we have sought to bring government of the previous colour and the current colour, down here to look at our problems. Something that really vexed me a couple of weeks ago when the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister came down to walk around Nansleden with the King. It's all right walking around Nansleden. It's a good development. But why weren't they going to places like Camborne and Penzance to look at some of the deprivation there, to get a better understanding of our problems? Because I don't think central government of any colour or the civil servants actually understand our problems. So on that point, Councillor Whidden, I agree with you. On quite where you find some money from, I'm not sure I do, but you wouldn't expect me to. Councillor Painter, you made a few points. The only comment I would make on you, well, two possibly. We don't have a failed deal on the airport. It is still under discussion. Thank you.
So my next three speakers are Councillor Rushworth, Councillor Merrington and Councillor Parsons. Councillor Rushworth, please.
Thank you. I'm going to remain seated, if I may. I came here this morning thinking that I was probably going to vote against the budget. I've got great concerns about one part of the budget, and that is the capital programme and obviously the money going into reserves. The rest of the budget is very difficult. You know, we've got to fulfil all our statutory obligations, but we also have to balance that out. We have to make cuts in non-statutory services. That's been the policy of this council for as long as I've been here, and doesn't seem to change. But we need to free up more money. A lot of our money is going on the capital programme and the interest that money occurs. It's hidden away from the project, so we don't know what the actual effect is. But you know, that's where you've got what the next administration is going to have to make the decisions. This budget is for the next administration to work to. They don't have to spend it. If they think that it's wrong and we're doing it in other ways, it's up to them to change where it goes. They can do that. They'll have the power to do that, whether it's whoever's the leader. I think as the Tories, we've not been hard enough on trying to do this. And so I think my issue is with the capital programme. You know, we're spending about £6 to £8 million a year just paying the interest on Pydar and Langarth. You know, and the world's changed now. Unfortunately, it was a good idea at the time, but we've overpaid for land there that's not worth the value that it is today. And Pydar, we've spent £50 million and we've got nowhere at the moment. Those have got to be changed, and the people coming in have got to make hard decisions, and that's going to probably mean we're going to have to take a bit of a loss on some of them to stop the interest payments going forward. So I think Councillor Whidden is right. You know, we've got two choices here today. We turn the budget down, we have a good go at government, but it won't get us anywhere. Or the ones who are on the borderline must understand that the problems it's going to cause, you know, especially to the new 151 officer, who really changed my mind today. I think she's got a grip on what the issue
30 seconds
within the council, and you know, I think she's going to understand, which was more than the last one did, that we need to make these hard decisions to get forward. Basically, it was a conversation with her that changed my mind. But you've got the choice. We go with turning it down, or if anybody's waving, the difficulty that we're going to come through as a council if we don't pass this budget, and I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Rushworth. And just to confirm, we will not be making any comments about any individual officer's performance. Thank you, Councillor Rushworth. Councillor Merrington.
I'll sit down. I'll be voting against this budget, but as others have said, acknowledging the work that's been put in and the accepting of Councillor Frost's proposals as well. But I really struggle when I read through all the paperwork, not just about the budget, but about, say, Safe for Cornwall later on in the papers. I struggle when I see things, for example, in those documents where it says a strong commitment to prevention, and yet Councillor Frost's intervention to get the child ISVAs put back in the budget. We're looking at things where we're doing things at cross purposes. On the one hand, we're saying article of, rights of the child, Article 34, 36, 35, 39 and 19 are all about stopping child or supporting children with trauma, all these things, and yet we're taking out these positions in the budget. So I've really struggled with that, obviously. But the thing for me is I don't really know what this council stands for. I know what our mission statement is, and it's working with communities for a carbon neutral Cornwall. And the carbon neutral side, I think it's on page 165, Justin Olusende of the Climate Commission. If you read his paragraphs, when I say I don't know what we stand for, I genuinely am saying that. I cannot see things that commit us to a carbon neutral Cornwall. We've got great words. I really like our mission statement, but I don't see it. And I think for me, this is the main problem. When going back to this a strong commitment to prevention, I just see things like the growth fund. And when I sit in meetings and people talk about actually there hasn't been a lot of growth, I think, well, hang on, what's the point of all that then? Is it actually working? If it's not working, to my mind, you sort these things, and it can be potholes, it can be mental health, it can be housing, but you sort it from before it gets to crisis point. And I think with all of those, I've seen little bits. And again, it's really tough to find these things, but perhaps the Gullies budget is cut. And, there's no point just going and filling a pothole if it's going to, I've got one, and I need to go, and as I drove out this morning, I thought I've got to ring again. It was only a couple of weeks I talked about it. But it's the same with mental health, it's the same with housing. These things need to be looked at. We shouldn't be selling off, in my view, our housing stock. We should be sorting out with the bits we have got control of, like planning and like building and the land and things. So they're the main issues.
30 seconds.
And I simply think if we as councillors all know exactly what we stand for, then these decisions should be more simple. And then we can go back to government. We can work out where we haven't got enough money for the things that we really need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for being late, and you're doing a great job, young man. In life, we should all be careful what we wish for. As with all budgets, there are elements within which I don't like, but I'm sure others will and have picked up on those points. A broad observation that I'd like to make is that the public sector and government services are obviously failing. When we will see all local authorities grabbing the maximum council tax take to still go backwards, the system is clearly fundamentally failing, as it's become too easy to ask our residents to pay for our shortcomings, and that is plainly wrong. Councillor Harris and Councillor Donathorne, regardless of how we have reached this budget, I welcome the fact you've listened and taken on board what others have asked for. Now, I had a dream, and in that dream, there will be no more fatalities at Plusher Junction. And within this budget, you have given us a platform to bring about this change. The money that you have set aside to review previous plans for a grade-separated junction and to build a business case is the vital stepping stone and commitment from Cornwall Council which we need to drive this forward. It will give us our very own oven-ready deal to place before National Highways, our MP and the Department for Transport to deliver our ultimate goal, a safe and secure strategic road network driving connectivity and growth throughout Cornwall. My one word of warning is to the officers. I urge you to work with whoever is elected to represent the most wonderful, beautiful Aldernon Stoke Climson division after May's council elections, the parish councils and the community. We cannot fail here anymore. This is 250,000 which must not be wasted. This is to bring about meaningful change for one and all. And for that reason, I will support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Councillor Harris, please. And when you're stood, Councillor Harris, can you just watch your notebook blocking the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Councillor, I've got more and more notes surrounding me now. Councillor Rushworth, you spoke about the capital programme and you suggested costs were being hidden away. I don't accept that. We're very clear in the numbers about costs of interest and minimum revenue provision, etc. The point I would make, and this actually addresses a point that Councillor German raised when he was speaking, in terms of the cost of the capital programme. The ratios and limits that we set ourselves are all set out around page 176, 177, 178, the papers you have today. One thing we've done in this budget as proposed is very consciously to drop the limit, in other words, the amount of our net revenue we can spend on financing costs. We have dropped that from 11% to 9%, if you like, as a caution, as a care, something to keep us and future administrations in check. Councillor Marrington, you referred to the growth fund. I'm actually not sure what you're talking about. I would just draw to your attention the monies we've had through Shared Prosperity Fund, which my colleague Councillor Gardner has been all over. I think there's not a corner or a byway or alleyway in Cornwall he's not been around. That is, thank you, Councillor Barnes. That is real money that's being spent very wisely on all sorts of things. From apprenticeships, for putting money into colleges to teach skills. Coming back to something Ollie Monk was saying about our need to deliver more housing. But one of the things that is going to make it more difficult is the lack of construction workers and companies down here. So by using some of this SPF money to actually create apprenticeships and create training schemes, we are growing our own. Councillor Marrington, you referred to us, I quote you I think here, selling off housing stock. No, we're not. Councillor Monk has addressed this previously. What they have done, and Councillor Monk, if I get this wrong, please stand up and shout at me, is said that on council housing stock, where the costs of bringing it up to a decent standard would be in excess of £50,000, it just is not worth spending that money, and we are better selling the individual property and taking the proceeds of that into the housing revenue account or whatever to enable us to build better houses. And I recall seeing very recently the result of the first auction of 7 or 8 such properties, each of which, I'm very pleased to say, actually generated more than the reserve. Councillor Parsons, thank you. I'm glad we've been able to help. Thank you.
Thank you, members. 9 speakers to go, so at this point I would ask you to be as concise as possible. Next 3 speakers on my list are Councillor McKenna, Candy and Long. Councillor McKenna, please.
Mr Chair, thank you. I'll keep it brief, and I've got a couple of questions for Councillor Harris, and it's concerned with the returns made by the group of companies and Treveth, which in the current year, I believe, as per page 120 of the report, is anticipated to be 4.5 million between the 2 sets. Next year, that goes down to 2 million, so Treveth's return is going down significantly, and there is no return at all from the group of companies. Now, on the basis that if they do generate returns, that can offset the cost of the expenditure, can I be assured that, or can I have a reason why that return has gone down by more than half next year? And secondly, can I be assured that it represents good value for the increased borrowing which is happening for the group of companies and Treveth? And secondly, David, are you happy that Treveth is operating as efficiently as it possibly can? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candy.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues on the right are always talking about the farming community who are custodians of our countryside. So I will not be supporting this budget when they are reducing funding for county farms who help new entrants to get into that industry. I have listened to Councillor Harris's point about selling off Cornwall housing properties. What is being lost is a site in a community which is able to be redeveloped or repurposed. And those communities are then being hollowed out by displacement to elsewhere. However, the main reason I am speaking is that I cannot support an increase in council tax, which is a regressive tax and doesn't relate to any resident's ability to pay it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Morassi, thank you very much. Oh my days. I wasn't going to speak today, but then the comments of other members have forced me to my feet. Councillor Harris, he's praised the consultation that has taken place on redundancies, for example. Earlier we heard a question regarding parking and the consultation responses having no effect on the result. Let's be honest here, we are terrible at consultation. We seem not to understand what the definition actually means. For us it means, we're going to do this to you. Oh yes, but we'll let you have your say and then we'll do it anyway. Councillor Double talks about the current government, and she's partly right. A tax on pensioners and farmers and businesses are having a terrible impact on Cornwall. But this is just 1 year. The Tories spent 14 years attacking local government and attacking Cornwall through unfair funding. In this chamber, the Conservatives have, in the past, wept crocodile tears about the funding, but then helped force through budget after budget after budget that acquiesced to the attack on local government that was started in 2009 and continued every year since then. Between 2009 and 2022, the UK government, starting with Labour, then the Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition, and then the Conservatives on their own, joined together in destroying local government in Cornwall. They took £1.9 billion out of Cornwall PLC in those 13 years. And now it's only continued since then. You will all remember we were told under the current administration that they have a Conservative government, 6 Tory MPs, a Tory council. Many promises were made and hopes raised, but still the cuts and unfair funding continued. They have since lost the government, lost all their MPs, seem to be losing councillors every day. But sadly, nothing seems to have changed at Westminster. We are still, the noises coming out of Whitehall hold little hope for local government's future. Until a stand is made, we will continue like the definition of madness until we get fair funding, sustainable funding, and proper devolution. We will continue to be treated like third-class citizens. Enough
30 seconds.
To be enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna, my fellow Leeds United fan. What a great result last night. Sorry. You asked me about the group of companies. In relation to, I've not dug in detail, obviously, in the 25 seconds I've had since you spoke. In relation to the Corso group, there are 2 points here. One, it is, of course, from within the Corso group's profits that we effectively pay the airport subsidy. As we've said before, we're not selling the airport. We're looking to do a deal around the airport. That subsidy remains in there. That is therefore an eater of profits, unfortunately, until we can get something bigger and better sorted out, which is what we're trying to do now. In relation to Treveth, I've already commented that when speaking about the capital programme, that our aim and our direction to Treveth now is to go and seek external finance in relation to the money's coming back in from Treveth now, their business plan, their revised business plan, which is coming to scrutiny, looking to my right for an answer, first week of March, thank you, Chief Executive, will reflect some of the hard times they've had. You know, the last 4 years, we've had the pandemic, we've had huge inflation, we've had difficulty in particular in the construction sector. I actually think Treveth have done very well, and their business plan going forward shows them going well. And of course, with everything we lend to Treveth, we make a margin. So if we lend, I'll get the numbers wrong in my head here, if we lend them £100 and they pay us 6% interest, we are paying 5% to borrow that money. So in fact, Treveth we could lend them millions and millions and create huge profits and wipe out all our deficits. But that's not how it works either. In relation to the next person, sorry, I see you. County farms. We are not reducing funding for county farms. County farms will continue to be run in accordance with the business plan agreed some time ago. Councillor Long, I'm tempted to just say I agree with most of your comments. No point going to the lily. Just on consultations, though, and this is something that has vexed me, and at last we've got changed, because one of my concerns has been, we say, and I'm not speaking about budget consultations, I'm speaking very generally now, is we say we've consulted on this, and I go on the council website, and I didn't used to be able to find where a consultation was. You actually almost know there was a consultation live to then go looking for it. And something I've got changed with the help of my colleague Councillor Worth in front of me is that I believe now on the front page, and if there isn't Councillor Worth, you're in trouble, there is now a link to consultations directly. So anybody with any sort of interest in consultations can see it, because I think that's crucial. I think our returns in terms of people who comment on consultations is, whilst I gather it's good for the national average, I still think is very poor, and it's something we all in this room should promote, or those who are after 1st of May promote. In relation to fairer funding, yes, you did make the good point that it isn't just the rapacious Tory so-and-sos in London, it's been governments of every colour, and we've always come full circle since 2009. You talk about making a stand. I'm not quite sure what you mean by making a stand, but if your suggestion is that we should vote this budget down, it would be useful, I think, to remind members here of the consequence of not passing a budget. We would then have 13 days to try to agree a budget. I'm looking at the monitoring officer to make sure I've got this right, and if I haven't, please, Paul, shout at me. We would then have 13 days to try and pass a revised budget with no guarantee of that happening. If that were not to happen, there are all sorts of legal consequences, like expenditure becomes illegal because we've not passed a budget, etc., etc., etc. But the real consequence is probably the filing of a Section 114 notice by our 151 officer, a filing of a different notice by our monitoring officer, with the net result being that the Secretary of State would impose a budget upon us. And I would be very worried about even thinking about going that route, given all of our previous comments that these people in London don't even know where we are, let alone understand us. And the easy answer for these people is say, oh, just tell them to put council tax up by the 5%, which I don't think any of us want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. So I will bring in the monitoring
Point of order.
Before we go to the...
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Martin?
I just want to clarify, what is the consequence of voting the budget down? Councillor Harris has told us what would happen there, but it didn't say that one of the options is that we have an extraordinary meeting sometime in the next 13 days. Yeah? Sure? Okay.
Yes, I said...
Councillor Martin,
more carefully.
You cut me off because I was going to go on to that. What I would say is, before we go to the vote, I will be bringing in the monitoring officer to clarify the legal duties around setting the budget today, but not now. So going to my next three speakers, Councillor Craker, Wills and Donathorne. Craker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to highlight the funding for Plusher Junction. I think that's really important and does highlight there's a real life and death issue there. And I was speaking to a parish councillor up there very recently, the representative on that campaign group, and I know just how important this is to further that campaign. I know Councillor Parsons has spoke very eloquently about it in this chamber and brought the motion forward. And it does demonstrate what can be achieved with a bit of cross-party work. I don't think there is any monopoly on good ideas, but there are choices. And one of the choices I want to ask Councillor Harris about is the capital programme and some of the big headlines that we've seen about the capital programme and the borrowing of this authority. I can understand why that is in the press. It makes a big headline. I can understand why political opponents inside and outside of this chamber want to highlight it. It's a big number. I'm not naive about that. And of course, all debt needs to be managed appropriately to our size, because it is my generation and my two young children's generation who will be picking up that tab in the generations to come. So that is always in my mind. I know the Deputy Leader has a real grasp of the finances and understands the capital programme. And I was around for the last administration, and I do remember a former cabinet member saying he didn't have Councillor Harris's financial knowledge and could never hope to have Councillor Harris's financial knowledge, but that's something we can pick up later. So I just want to have a bit of reassurance about this capital programme and the debt, because it is a big number, and assuring that it is something that our large rural authority can service, and what it means for the people of Cornwall for the next few generations to come. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like Councillor Long, I wasn't going to speak, but I think what others have said is, I thought, well, I might say something. I fully accept that group leaders will make their political points, and that's only right during a budget. But what really touched me was Councillor Whedon. I thought she spoke eloquently and very, very well. And it's true that these multinational conglomerates make billions and billions of pounds, but they don't pay fair tax in our country. Amazon is an example of that because they're based in Ireland. Yet successive governments have promised to close these loopholes and have failed to do so. The current government, whilst in opposition, said they would make it a priority. They have failed to do so. When I look around our own county and what I've witnessed over the last nearly 8 years as a Cornwall councillor, Langarth, Pydar immediately leap to mind, which are, in my opinion, officer-led projects. And yes, Treveth and the arm's length companies that are meant to bring in a return to Cornwall Council have failed so far to do so. We need fairer funding from central government because at the moment it's Cornish taxpayers who are paying for the services that are costing a lot of money. If you look at our Police and Crime Commissioner, over the last 8 years, the precept has gone up to the maximum amount of 12.5% every year for the last 8 years, with a promise of more officers on the streets. I asked the question at the last CAP meeting, how many officers are in the Newquay division? And I got that answer, and it's exactly the same number as the question I asked 6 years ago, except the titles have slightly changed. So PCSOs have been cut to a minimum, and officers have gone up by the same number, the PCOs have gone down. So the actual number of bodies has stayed exactly the same, yet 12.5% every year for the last 8 years. And every year for the last 8 years, this administration and the previous administration have put up council tax the maximum amount possible at 4.99%. That equates to just under 40% in
30 seconds.
years. Services need to be paid for. Adult services, children's services, transport. But if this was happening in Europe, look at the services they have in Europe and what they pay. If they were paying the same as what we're paying and not getting their services, they'd be rioting on the streets of Paris and Brussels. I can assure you of that. Trouble is here, and this is what needs to change after the next election, May the 1st, we need to stop rubber stampers and start being decision makers.
Thank you, Councillor Wills. Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, I will just respond to a couple of the points that have been raised in regards to the Transport Directorate by members of the Council, before just pointing to some of the positives in the budget regarding my portfolio. So to start with Councillor German, who criticised the budget because some charges might be going into car parks that are currently free. But that was actually a proposal recommended by your colleague on your left at the relevant scrutiny committee, which was actually cross-party. So an interesting attack line from you. And you also said that we're removing lollipop ladies across Cornwall. The budget line is very specific. Where there have been capital infrastructure investments made, where the school crossings are safe, that's where sensible conversations can be had about whether a revenue spend continues to be important or necessary there. That's a really important distinction to make. You prefaced your remarks about fiscal responsibility, and yet you're indicating that we should have school crossing patrol officers where capital infrastructure investment has been made, that they are safe anyway. So it'd be interesting to see, should you regretfully ever have to table a budget in the next administration, your prudence and your newfound fiscal responsibility, Councillor German. Councillor Frost, you did make a point about whether that there was more information available, different savings could have been proposed. Well, Councillor Harris has already indicated that the online interactive dashboard is readily available. Every budget saving line can be found. That is true because you came with budget saving proposals and we have accepted them. And so that point, I think, does need to be addressed. The Labour spokesman, Councillor McGowan, you said that we should respond sensibly to fiscal statements. Well, Councillor Desmond, I think, gave his intervention, which commented on the Labour fiscal statement in Parliament, so I won't go down there. But you did point out the Mid-Cornwall Metro, and you called it a vanity project. Well, that's interesting, because the Labour government continued to sign off on this project, where they cancelled other transport projects across the country. So perhaps you need to speak to your Chancellor about supporting vanity projects in different parts of the country. So looking to the transport service, this is a difficult budget, and I agree with Councillor Dwelly, who opened his remarks by saying that everyone should recognise that it is a difficult budget with difficult choices.
30 seconds.
I appreciate that there are difficult political choices to make, but within our directorate, £500,000 BSIP to stabilise our bus network, which has been asked for by councillors across this chamber, we are delivering that. We are trying to diversify our income revenue streams rather than just looking at other taxes, such as asset sponsorship. We are removing unpopular and outdated technology of pay on foot to reduce the congestion in our car parks that we're seeing, particularly after the Hall for Cornwall and other events. We are seeing £44 million being spent on highway maintenance, the biggest amount of money being spent since 2017. Please do not risk voting that down. And I will just say very quickly, I want to pay tribute to Councillor Parsons, who worked cross-party. It demonstrates what we can do if we put together a budget that listens not just to our own party colleagues, but we listen to the needs of residents across Cornwall. And I am delighted and welcome my Cabinet colleagues' support of getting that investment to deliver the business case that is desperately needed.
Thank you.
It wouldn't have happened without Councillor Parsons.
Donathorne, thank you. Councillor Harris, please.
Councillor Craker, thank you for your comments on capital projects. I actually think that during this debate, I've probably answered most of your comments. Capital projects, capital spending is our future. It's part of your children's future, to which you alluded. The key here is to get it right. Some of our big capital projects, Langarth, Pydar, Treveth, these are effectively cross-party ones, and they were all started prior to this administration. And we have done well to carry them on in very difficult times. I already commented, I make the comment again, that we have limits, prudential limits and indicators in terms of what our spend is on minimum revenue provision, in other words, the cost of paying capital back and interest, to keep us in check. Councillor Wills, your comments on companies not paying tax in the UK are absolutely spot on. It's not for this place, but I find it absolutely monstrous that these Chinese online shopping companies, whatever they are, not something I use, get away with not paying VAT, etc., or corporation tax. You did refer to the group of companies. There's a point I would make here. Within the Corso group of companies, we have Core Care. That really isn't a for-profit company. That is providing services, as it says, it's care. If you look at Cormac, the big one, or Corso, I'm not quite sure which one it is, the contracting company, etc., they make excellent profits and have done for years. Their profits increase. Their business plan is great. Who was last?
It was Connor.
Connor. Oh yes, thank you, Connor.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Next three speakers, Councillor Ellenbrook, Arthur and Musto. And at this point, if there's anyone that we've missed or would like to speak, this is my last call for speakers. Please put your hand up. Thank you. Councillor Ellenbrook, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to just respond to a couple of comments that have been made about children and family services. First of all, the issue with DSG, which Councillor Conway raised. This is a national problem. This is not something that is unique to Cornwall by any manner of means. And in actual fact, if you look at our issues and then compare it with other places, other local authorities, the amounts are absolutely eye-watering. That is not to say that it's something we should be complacent about, because it isn't. And I know we will be told, oh, we've been given more money, but in actual fact, what has happened is, with the allocations that we got this time round, although it looks on the surface as if we've got an increase of roughly 6 or 7% in our budget, what they have done very cleverly is added within there funding for teachers' pays, pensions and core schools. So in actual fact, if you take that out, we've actually had an uplift of 1%. So we are, as everybody knows, and I have been articulate about this, I think, right from the get-go, we are in a very difficult situation with our funding. And you talk about fairer funding for Cornwall. We also need and must have fairer funding for our children and young people. We actually receive approximately £6,500 per child in funding, and we're actually 91st out of 151 local authorities. If we had the median amount, that would be an extra £5.8 million coming into us for our education. And this is not a party political statement, because again, I've been very clear on this. This has been a government failure for an awful long time. So please remember that when you're talking about this. I really get quite anxious when I hear people making political points about our children, because for me, that's not what we should be doing. We should be making sure that we support our children and young people. There was also a comment made about
30 seconds.
About the savings, and I just want to be very clear that the piece about the Connect Plus, which is something that's gone back into the budget, that is welcomed, but it will have to be delivered in a different way, because the people who are being commissioned to do that service currently have been made redundant. So yes, it will continue, but that funding will only last for another 12 months. So in 12 months' time, we are going to be, I suspect, in exactly the same place. Thank you.
Councillor Arthur.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I know we're all hungry. The point's been made by Councillor Rushworth, and I think it was a sad day the day he was chucked off the cabinet, because when he was on the cabinet, we had someone with a bit of business acumen, but I think he was telling the truth too much and was asked to leave. I think the budget, the capital programme, you list it. I think the chickens are coming home to roost, to be honest. Pydar, Langarth, these things keep turning up. Land in Lanston that basically is unsaleable. We pay too much for everything, and I think we're going to have to start winding things back and breaking the empire up. We bought pubs in Lanston, at St Austell. We probably have bought a pub in Lanston we haven't found out yet. Celtic Wind Power, Treveth, I was on the audit committee. Treveth and Councillor Desmond backed me up. Treveth would go bankrupt without us feather bedding it. You know, the empire needs to be broken up. We've got, I think we've got a land on the farms of 10,000 acres. If someone gave you 10,000 acres, your dad gave you 10,000 acres, and you came back the following year and said, how'd you get on, son? Oh, I lost $1 million this year, Dad. He wouldn't be very happy, would he? I mean, we're the only estate that actually loses money. I just think the capital programme needs to be broken up, the empire needs breaking up, and we need to do the basics, get back to basics and do what we're supposed to do, potholes and looking after our kids. Thank you.
Councillor Musto.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll remain seated if you don't mind. It's never easy setting a balanced budget, and the fact is that services simply cost more to deliver in Cornwall than many other places, and this is for a number of reasons. Our rural nature means communities are smaller and more spread out, meaning they are more complex to administer services to. Our population sees massive seasonal population change, going up exponentially in certain areas, including my own, during the summer months. And the people who live here all year round are ageing, with Cornwall having an older population on average than other areas. And all these factors and more mean it's a real challenge for Cornwall Council to deliver the services it delivers, particularly at the moment with the cost of living crisis, also seeing the cost of everything else going up too. In the overall context of having to balance the council's books, we have to consider all of this, as well as this year the government telling all employers, including local councils, that they need to pay more national insurance contributions for all their employees. And as others have said, a lot of this is down to the funding formula, which has seen Cornwall underserved under governments of all colours for many years. As Councillor Harris has said, many of the services we deliver are statutory and we have to deliver them. And these costs have risen significantly, particularly since COVID. With increased demand from all sides, our numbers of older people are growing, and with it the demand for our adult social care services. And as the parent of a SEN child, I am fully aware of the massive increase in demand for these services and the impact this has on these children and their families. As a councillor, you are not elected to make easy decisions. It's always tough to scrutinise and vote on the budget. But in the context of having to continue to deliver the council's statutory core services, it is something that we have to do. I do see a glimmer of hope for the future, though, and I was pleased to see Councillor Harris's pragmatic approach to accepting the proposals put forward by Councillor Frost, and hope this will be a harbinger of a more collegiate way of working in the future. Because what we will need to do, as Councillor Toms and others have said, is join together, regardless of political persuasion, and do all we can to lobby for fairer funding, work with our MPs, whoever they are, and get a fair deal for Cornwall, nationally and locally, in the coming years. On balance, I will be voting for the budget today and hope to be part of this conversation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor McLenning, then I'll go to Councillor Harris.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. I just want to mention, you're all getting carried away with this amendment you've got in for Councillor Frost. I'd just like to say I've been waiting 7 years for a job to be completed. The money was passed by this side when they were in administration. Still not done along the footpath, so I've been waiting 7 years, so good luck to you. The last bit I want to link into that question, and it's to Councillor Harris, please, is having only spent 8 years in the public sector and used to CEOs making decisions, and you're standing up, you know I always had respect for you when I sat over there and called you the Chancellor. How much input is by the CEO of the council and her directors into what you're presenting? Because surely you've cleared it with the CEO to come forward with your proposals. So is it yours or is it theirs? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, to respond to those four, please, and then I'll come to you to sum up on the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ellenbrook, you mentioned dedicated schools grant. Yes, it's horrible. You've allowed me to come back and answer or comment on some of Councillor Conway's points. The deficit on the dedicated schools grant was something that was brought in by the previous Conservative government. It's not muck about here. The auditors on the 23-4 audit report, which was approved last week by the audit committee, I thought were very harsh in their comments on this. They inferred that our officers were not managing budgets properly. And I picked him up on it, and the answer is, well, every council's got the same comment, to which my response was pooey. But in the end, we have to provide these services for children. The government doesn't provide us enough, so they found a cop-out. I'll tell you what, you spend the money and you can run a negative reserve. When you look back at it, whenever it was started 3, 4, 5 years ago, it was crazy. It's just as daft now. We're lucky we're not one of the worse off here. You know, if they tell us in a year's time that whatever the figure will be in a year's time, 80 million quid, is to be found instantly, it would wipe our reserves out. It possibly wouldn't bankrupt us. The real worry I have on this is that the government will say, we expect councillors to wipe out their dedicated schools grant deficit over the next 5 years, and here's how you do it. You put up council tax by an extra 5%. The thought is a nightmare. Councillor Allenbrook, you made a reference to savings. Of course, everything we've saved in savings is obviously, as is mentioned in the papers, only a 12-month saving. All these problems and more probably will come around again in 12 months' time. Councillor Musto, thank you for your comments. I don't need to say any more, but they're appreciated. Councillor McClenny, interesting question. This is Cornwall Council is a huge entity. And like be it a corporation or a council or government, the board of directors, which is what I call the cabinet, or we put it on execs, do not go through everything line by line. We rely upon officers to come up with proposals, and then we spend the time reviewing them. And that's the way it works. It's the same way it would work if you, years ago, were running a company. Your people produce stuff for you to look at, comment on, and play about with. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Steve. Yes. Treveth is not feather-bedded. Okay? I've heard this comment before. It was set up to deliver profit with purpose, decent, affordable homes for people in Cornwall. That is what it is doing in terms of delivering homes. In terms of its business plan, its overall long-term business plan from when it was set up, it is doing better than was first envisaged in terms of when it will break even. Yes, it's financed by loans from us. If it was a fair point, Steve, yes, but that's how it was set up. If it was a regular company, if we were Cornwall Council Group PLC, setting up Treveth Investment Holdings LLP to deliver property, the first thing we would do is throw a huge chunk of capital in. And it would be that capital that supported your losses over your first 5 or 6 years. That's not how Treveth was set up. The members' capital in Treveth is £1. Right, so Treveth is entirely financed by loans, which means that in the first 7 or 8 years, which is the current business plan forecast, and it's shorter than when it was set up, it will make losses. But I have every confidence in Treveth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Back on your feet again, please, as you sum up on the debate as proposer, please.
Summing up, after all that, Chair, you really are hopeful. In the end, I remain firmly of the opinion that in all the circumstances, with all the difficulties we've faced, this is the best budget we can get. I am grateful to Councillor Frost for the things he suggested, and Councillor German's waving at me, I'm not quite sure why, and I'm tempted to wave in a different way, but I shall just ignore him. Councillor Frost, I am grateful to you and your group for your comments. I am pleased that we've been able to take those on board. I don't have much more to say, because I think we've every other point addressed, including particularly the capital programme, dedicated schools grant, has been addressed during the course of this discussion. I would strongly ask, despite some of the comments I've heard, that we stand together here and vote this budget through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris, and thank you, members, for the debate this afternoon. So I'm now going to go over to the monitoring officer who can offer us some legal advice on the duties that we have around setting the budget today. Monitoring officer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you all hear me? So members, it's good to be here, and if like me you're excited by the legal implications that are set out in your reports, please would you turn to section 7 and in particular pay heed to the paragraph 7.7 through to 7.10.
What page are you on, please?
I'm on page 61. So I don't propose to say anything that's any different to what is already set out in the legal implications of the report. And therefore this won't come as a surprise to members that the Council is required to set a robust and balanced budget, and it is legally required to set its council tax before close of business on the 10th of March. That is set out in section 30, subsection 6 of the Local Government and Finance Act 1992 that I'm sure you're all familiar with. Section 7.8 sets out that there are consequences if the council fails to set council tax by that date. So, to pick up on one of the points that's been raised by members, there is still time, but the council is edging closer to those consequences if it fails to set the budget today. There is no alternative on the table for members, so you only have one game in town. We can, of course, accommodate a further meeting, but there are, as Councillor Harris said, 13 days left. That was including weekends. So we have to think about working days, and we have to think about how an alternative budget would play into that further meeting of council. As I said, I'm not going to repeat the further consequences which are set out in 7.8, 7.9 and 7.10, but I would reiterate that, as set out in 7.10, there are implications for both the Section 151 officer and myself as your new monitoring officer in terms of statutory notices that we might have to issue were the council not in a position to publish a balanced budget, and in my case to have to consider the issue of a Section 5 report under the Local Government and Housing Act of 1989, which is essentially advising the council that it may now do something which is contrary to law. I hope that's clear, and I've set that out in quite a methodical manner so that you can at least think about what it says in the report before coming to the vote. Thank you, members.
Thank you, monitoring officer. Helpful legal advice. So, members, I will now move to the vote on the budget set out in your papers as adjusted in the pack published on Friday. So I will now open the vote. Please vote for, against or abstain using the options on your microphone base, and please remember that this will be a recorded vote. Thank you.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
That is carried, and we will now break for lunch. I will see you all back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch. We've gained a new member. Agenda item 9.2. Front row, please. Agenda item 9.2, Housing Revenue Account Business Plan, Medium-Term Budget and Rent Setting for 2025-26. I will ask Councillor Monk to move and Councillor Taylor to second the recommendations set out on page 277 of your agenda packs. Councillor Monk, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. Annually, the Cabinet makes recommendations to Council on the rents that we should charge for our council housing. And every year we have the same dilemma. The government sets a maximum rent increase based on CPI in the previous September plus 1%. We know that this CPI plus 1% increase is not sufficient to meet all the needs of our housing stock and to invest in much needed new housing stock in Cornwall. But at the same time, we know that many of our tenants struggle to pay this rent, even though when in fact it is one of the lowest rents in public and private housing in Cornwall and across England. The Cornwall Tenants Forum have written to many of us setting out this very same dilemma. They, like us, want affordable rent and investment in their homes, and I thank them for their support throughout the last 12 months. The Forum set out a clear objective that the additional rent income received should be targeted towards growth in repairs and repair-related investment. The business plan and budget attached in this report shows a real growth in stock investment that continues right through to 2033. After what was a very tough autumn and winter for our tenants and our housing services, I think the prudent measures that we took in November of slowing down repairs and mothballing some empty properties, along with the unpalatable but necessary decision to sell some of the most expensive repair homes on the open market, has allowed us some breathing space to rebalance the HRA. We have a duty to produce a balanced HRA, and yet we have housing that after years of too little investment now needs a sustained period of investment. I believe that this HRA business plan does that. After coming out of regulatory supervision, about which I was very proud to report on in the November Cabinet report, the Council can once apply for government grant to build the houses we desperately need in Cornwall. By the end of the financial year 23-24, the Council completed or acquired 268 homes into the HRA since it restarted building new homes. A further 91 homes so far this year have been added to, and a further 69 homes are planned to be completed across the remainder of the financial year. Outside of the HRA, we've also supported a programme of building temporary accommodation in the General Fund. To balance the business plan, we've had to smooth out the future new build programme to 2036-37. We will continue to invest
30 seconds.
Over this period and create a further 350 council homes with the new homes we've already acquired. I am proud that Cornwall has achieved some of the largest programmes of new council builds of any council. Our priority now is making sure that all homes are at the standard we want. In the medium term, we'll be spending some very large sums amounting to £30 million a year by 2028-29, and will be spent by 2029, we'll be spending over £500,000 a week on our council house properties.
Time.
There you go.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And Ollie, perhaps I should have given you some of my time because my seconding is going to be short and sweet, but also recognising that as I go around Cornwall talking to residents and let's listen to the leader, it is inevitable that housing comes up there time and time again, and quite rightly so. So I want to thank you for the work that you've been doing. It's really important that I ask everyone to support this particular recommendation to be found on page 227. And whatever happens in the future, let's hope that the council will absolutely work in making sure that housing is safe, secure, and financially sustainable for our residents in Cornwall. So thank you for the work that you've done, Ollie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak or ask a question. Councillor Conway.
I said, sorry about that, I had to put the card back in the machine. I've only really got one question. Before I come to that, I'd just like to thank Ollie for the work you've done over the last nearly 4 years. We've had, I think virtually everybody in this chamber must have had individual cases which we've had to bring up with you, and you've done your best and worked through things well. So thank you for that, Ollie. My only question relates to item resolution number 3 regarding new properties. Is it a legal requirement that we cannot increase these amounts any more than that? Because Cornish rents are extremely low, and if somebody is on benefits or what have you, the rents are paid anyway. So it's in Cornwall Council's interest to maximise the rents to a certain degree on new properties, so that those who can afford to pay do pay, and that those who can't afford to pay have it paid by Social Security and that sort of thing, so that the maximum can go back into the fund so we can get more council houses. I am not in any way suggesting we should increase rents by any more to make a profit, but what I'm saying is we should try and get them to an economic degree so we can afford to put more into the pot to get more houses built. So if you could answer that question, I'd much appreciate it. Otherwise, I'd rather see a slightly higher increase on the new properties. Thank you.
Councillor Monk, I'll come to you at the end. We've only got 3 speakers. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, totally agree with what's been said. The rents are too low to begin with. 75% of our tenants don't pay their own rent. So if the rent goes up, it doesn't cost them a penny. Remember earlier on, we said that the places that have got lower council tax to begin with, the government is taking money away from us to give to them to make up for the fact that when you put a national flat percentage increase on something, the places that are lower get less and the places that are higher get more. So when it comes to council tax, they've got one rule, but when it comes to housing, they don't have that rule. So here in Cornwall, where our social rents are some of the lowest in the country, when the government says nationally you can put up your rents by a maximum of 2.7%, that means the place that's got the lowest rent ends up with the lowest increase. It's totally, totally unfair. Councillor Monk, can you just clarify for us the reason why we get hit by this thing when someone leaves a property and we suddenly get this giant bill to upgrade the property? Is that because the minimum standard that we're allowed to rent a property to a new tenant is different to the minimum standard for the conditions that we're allowed to leave our current tenants living in? And if the government changed that rule to equalise it, that would make it fairer, but of course they would have to give us the money to make those repairs. And isn't that really the truth, why we are stuck with this situation where people living in really substandard conditions, and then we get hit with this giant bill when they turn over? The government needs to make it a statutory duty for all of our homes to be brought up to a decent and zero carbon standard as soon as possible. Finally, is there any chance at all that our 10,000 houses are going to all be carbon neutral by 2030? And if there isn't, then isn't it time that we admit that Cornwall is not going to be carbon neutral by 2030 because we haven't had the funding from either government to make that possible?
Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine's actually on garages. I don't know about any other, slightly parochial, I'm sorry about that. I don't know about other members, but I'm sick and tired of garages being empty forever. Nobody can rent them, so we're not taking an income from them, but we refuse to do anything with them. Looking in the HRA, we're putting the rents up. However, I've had a case come today where a hirer of a garage has had to pay to replace the door because we wouldn't do it. So we're now, not only are we making them to pay to rent it, we're actually charging them to do the repairs, which sounds wrong. So it's just a bit of a plea, really, to try and sort out the garage situation. I know it's not important in the grand scheme of things, but it's important to a lot of people that would quite like to utilise those spaces and actually bring in a bit more income to the council.
Thank you. Last question for you, Councillor Monk, from Councillor Clemo.
Yeah, I'll stand up, Ollie, because it doesn't make any difference if I'm stood up or sat down. You know, there's only about that much difference. Just wanted to pick up on something that I think Councillor Conway and Councillor Martin both alluded to with regards to the rents that we charge. Obviously, I understand that we do have to put them up a little bit. You know, looking through the figures, there's a massive investment plan, which is a good thing. We have to do this. My only concern was, and it gets a bit awkward when you start talking about 75% of the people that live in our properties are on benefits, so we can just hike the rents up anyway and still recoup the money. It's the 25% of the people that don't. And I was one of those. I was reared in a council house. Quite proud that I come off a council estate and actually managed to land in this chamber. Don't know how it happened, but it did. So many working people still live in council properties or private renting, and I'm a little bit concerned that we start drawing that comparison to bringing working people in to a rent rise that, in their opinion, is a lot of their salary. A lot of my constituents are on a very low salary and pay their rents and look after their places, and I think we have to be very careful about making that comparison. If we did decide as a council, or if we had the power to increase the rents, I would look for a dispensation for people that are actually working. Thank you.
Thank you. We are starting to get hands creeping up, so I am going to bring you in now, Councillor Monk, to cover the question so far.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Clemo, first, I think our council rents are amongst the lowest in the country. I think a 2 or 3 bedroom, it's about £79, £80 a week, and the average for social housing is about £114 a week. And what happens is when we go up by what we're allowed to go up with at the moment, there's a bigger and bigger gap because of compound interest. So if you charge 115 over a period of time, it goes up, and ours just sort of creeps up, which is nowhere near sufficient to do the repairs that we need to do. I do take on board what you say about the people who aren't receiving benefits. However, they are still receiving a very, very good deal compared to the rest of the country. All that being said, I take into account that work is seasonal down here in some instances and people are only just earning the minimum wage. But I think in general our rents offer very good value. With the garages, the rent's not set, is it? So we can actually increase garage rents more than CPI, and we can charge a bit more. And that's why the garage rents have gone up by £3.50. I'm more than happy to look into the individual lease arrangement that your constituent has to find out why they've got to replace the garage door themselves, which I know are about £600-700 to put a new garage door on, which is quite a serious expense. But more than happy, Lee, if you email me that into it, and I'll look into that. Standards and net zero. Well, I think the first thing, let's just talk about disposal. So if we dispose of a property that's going to cost us more than £50,000 to fix, what I often get from members is that, oh, my mate the builder can fix that for 20-30 grand. You know, why is it costing the council miles over £50,000? Well, the issue with that is that we have to provide procurement, we have to look into procurement, standards, and it just costs the council a lot more money when it starts doing stuff, as opposed to a small independent trader who can do that property up. Councillor Jim mentioned before about selling properties off. I think in most of these instances, from the feedback I've had so far, these properties are being bought either by a local family who can afford to move into them, or someone who does it up and rents it out again to a local family. So I would argue that we actually keep someone in that property because it's been done up more cheaply by the private sector, and use the receipts from that property to actually buy some brand new, highly energy efficient properties as well. With the carbon zero net standards, I think it's inevitable that every single property in Cornwall is not going to reach an EPC rating C by 2030, and the only way it ever would have done, and I did a back of a fag packet calculation, and it was about £20 billion that Cornwall would need to do its housing stock up to that amount, and I can't blame the government for that. It's just, there's no way any government is going to be able to, just for Cornwall, to give it £20 billion to do it. So, no, in answer to your question, not every property will be up to the sufficient rating. I think that was it, unless I missed one of Councillor Martin's points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. Councillor Moorcroft.
Thank you, Chair. It was just really picking up on Councillor Frost's point about garage repairs and the owner having to make good the repairs. A standard size garage is £80 a month at the moment. That's now going up by an extra £14 a month, which is quite excessive. I just wondered how the £3.50 a week figure was, how did you come to that figure?
Councillor Marrington.
Yeah, it was just that I wanted to talk about the investment in stock and also the rents being so low. So I think, you know, as I mentioned before, it's about whether you agree in principle, I suppose, to selling off the stock. And I do see your point that if they do go to the private sector and somebody just buys it because they can live in it, that's great. But I think, because I sit on a planning committee as well, it's that thing of seeing where how long it takes to get any affordable, any social housing through, and just thinking that these are parts that we do have all those levers in terms of control, that, you know, we've got that bit of land, even if it has to be knocked down entirely, but you've got, and you don't have to go through the planning system because you have a house there, or, you know, was before. So I think that was my point really, that, you know, knowing that some of them are expensive to keep up, but also just to reiterate the points we made about rents, I think if people are, and again, the wider point of how we're managing our housing and how we're, when people might be in houses that are too big for them perhaps, but they're on particularly low rents, they might not be inclined to move or want to get into that thing because the rent might go up, or they might perceive it might go up, even if they're downsizing. So I think that whole balance of communities out there and how they're living in those houses, because their rent might be particularly low, there might be and not an inclination to maybe move because they're worried about that. So that was my point.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, thank you. I'll address Talia's last property. We've seen this in both the socially rented sector, the private rented sector, and indeed in the general property ownership. People, as they age, if they have a big house, they generally don't want to move out of it. And you can offer as much incentives as you want, or penalties to encourage them to, but it's still ultimately their choice whether they want to downsize or not. And I wouldn't like to see us moving in some sort of authoritarian way where if an elderly person's got a 3-bedroom property where we sort of said, no, you're moving off to that 1-bedroom bungalow. So it's a difficult question that's been there for a long, long time, and I don't think anyone's ever come up with a solution that encourages that move. What else did you mention? Garage rents as well. So garage rent, yes. So we looked at garage rents as a way of trying to get some money back into the HRA that wasn't a real stinging increase as well about the rent. So £100 a month for a garage still compares favourably when you start looking at other garages in the private rented sector. And anyone who's put stuff in storage will know a storage container costs you about £180 to £200 a month as well. So it still, again, offers decent value. But let me get you a clarity on the terms and conditions of if the roof falls in or the garage door falls off. I just don't know whose responsibility, where that lies. I think has that covered it, or have I missed anything?
Yep, thank you, Councillor Monk. Anything further to add to sum up?
No, happy to propose the recommendation I set out.
Thank you, Councillor Monk. So the vote will now be opened on the recommendations on page 277 of your papers. Please vote for, against, or abstain using the options on your microphone base. Thank you.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 9.3, Safer Cornwall Partnership Plan 2025 to 2028. I will ask Councillor Mole to propose and Councillor Alvey to second the recommendation set out on page 347 of your agenda pack. Councillor Mole, please.
It's all right now, sorry. I am pleased to present the Safer Cornwall new partnership plan, which cover the next 3 years, which comes at a critical time as we address evolving challenges in our community safety. The plan strikes a vital balance between tackling immediate concerns like antisocial behaviour and public confidence, while also addressing deeply harmful but more hidden issues such as domestic abuse, sexual abuse and exploitation. It promotes a clear message of respect, unity and community cohesion, especially important in the wake of national events over the past year. There is a strong commitment to prevention, recognising the importance of working together across the system to address the root causes of harm, as well as responding effectively to issues as they arise. This is how we will achieve long-term benefits for residents, including the most vulnerable in our communities. The partnership's approach is rooted in successful collaboration with a shared vision that our communities feel safe and are safe for everyone who lives, works and visits here. As the Council's representative on the Safer Cornwall Strategic Board, I have seen this in action and it delivers real results. We recognise that we all have a part to play, our public services, voluntary and community organisations, residents and the many visitors we welcome each year to Cornwall. This plan is integral to delivering the Council's priorities. It aligns with our commitments to vibrant, safe, supportive communities, using effective place-based approaches to work with local communities and supporting our decentralisation and decarbonisation agendas. It also reinforces our long-term vision under the Cornwall Plan 2020 to 2050 to achieve safe, healthy, resilient communities by reducing violence and tackling inequalities. The development of this plan has involved wide-ranging engagement across Cornwall Council services, statutory partners and stakeholders, including Devon and Cornwall Police, probation, health and the voluntary community and social enterprise sectors. Cabinet on the 12th of February fully endorsed the plan and resolved to recommend to Council that the Safer Cornwall Partnership Plan 2025 to 2028 be approved for implementation from the 1st of April 2025. I really hope the full Council can approve this plan today, reaffirming our leadership and commitment
30 seconds.
that are safe, inclusive and welcoming for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Alvey, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second the approval and implementation of the Safer Cornwall Partnership Plan. As the portfolio holder for fire and rescue, I fully support the plan, which reflects our shared commitment to the safety and well-being of our communities. It aligns with our statutory duty under the Crime and Disorder Act to prevent and reduce crime and disorder, working in partnership to protect the most vulnerable and reduce harm. We are proud of the collaboration with Safer Cornwall, whether through targeted community safety activities, educational programmes in schools, or joint operations to tackle antisocial behaviour. Our partnership demonstrates the impact of working together to achieve shared goals. In particular, and 10 years after their inception, I'd like to highlight the excellent work done by Cornwall's Tri-Service Safety Officers, a cadre of incredible individuals employed by Cornwall Council through the Fire and Rescue Service, whose job title really says all there is to say in the context of this agenda item. These high-calibre officers may only spend 5% of their duty time responding to blue light, fire and ambulance calls, but they spend the other 95% of their time ensuring the safety of our residents through preventative activity, and it's no exaggeration to say that every month when I read their performance data, I see examples of lives saved through their actions. Having expanded the team last year, in addition to our Tri-Service Safety Officers in smaller towns and more rural locations, we now have Tri-Service Safety Officers in Penzance and Camborne focusing on antisocial behaviour. In conclusion, I fully endorse this plan and urge all members to approve it. It provides a vital framework that enables us to fulfil our statutory responsibilities, align with our priorities, and ensure Cornwall remains a safe, thriving place for all.
Thank you both. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Councillor John Thomas.
He's left. I think you mean Mike Thomas.
Sorry, Mike. I do apologise.
That's all right.
Mike Thomas.
The chairman had the same problem, but there we go. Thank you. Is it all right if I remain seated?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alvey, thank you very much for your comments about tri-service officers. I'm just going to repeat the question that I raised at Cabinet. For many of our residents, they haven't a clue who a tri-service officer is. And thanks to the BBC, present again I see, who regularly through Spotlight do a feature on tri-service officers, I think my solution was a request that tri-service officers make themselves available at local town council meetings where we used to have a regular police officer. Certainly they could go along to those meetings and share their work in the way that you, and I'm sure people will be impressed in the way that you were impressed by seeing all the detail. So I made that request at Cabinet. Could somebody confirm whether my request has been taken a stage further so that that has been put into operation? Because I think you agreed with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to do them individually. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. I raised this at the Safer Cornwall Partnership, excuse me, about the police in the villages. I attended a parish council meeting, and the talk before the meeting was we saw a police car go through the village today, first time in 5 years. This is not acceptable. We have crime in our villages, but it's not crime that is noted. It's crime of speeding. And it's very, very bad in our villages. I've been checking some of the SIDS speeding, and we're getting horrendous speeds come on those 70, 80, 90 miles an hour in 20 mile an hour limits. We're seeing the police on the major roads, but we need them in the villages. If an accident occurs in a village, it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of pounds for the police, ambulance and fire brigade. And that is money not being used wisely. If the police come into the villages more often and do some speed checks, it will stop the speeding because people will be aware that they're there. Nobody takes any notice of speed watch anymore because they know they're only going to get a letter. We have put up speed indicator signs. It's helped with about 80%, but there's still that 20% that are not adhering to the speed limits. What's the point of having a speed limit when it will not be enforced? And I brought this up at the Safer Partnership. I know Carol's aware of it, and I do hope that our police officers with the speed guns will come in and start checking some of the villages to make them safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And happy to support this report. My question really, I don't know, could be Councillor Alvey could answer. It's on the issue of hoarding. And I've been went through this yesterday. I couldn't see any mention of it, and I just wanted to raise it and ask if Councillor Alvey could let me know if it's in it, and also just on the issue of it, because it's a very complicated issue, and not just for the person in the property where the hoarding is happening, but also when residents or neighbours see visible signs of that outside, and obviously there are concerns for the safety of the person or the household in terms of a fire risk. And sometimes even though a lot is going on behind the scenes with the various council departments that might want to provide support to that household, it's often quite frustrating because it doesn't look like we're getting anywhere sometimes. And I just wondered if you could sort of like just let us know what kind of progress, if there's any significant changes to our approach as an authority to this very complex and it's quite a distressing issue for many people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring Councillor Moulding at the end, but Councillor Alvey, if you also want to come in at the end to address some of these points, I'm happy to bring you in then. Councillor Craker.
Thank you, Chairman. We've got a really successful Safer Partnership in this regard, and I know there are some really successful partnerships across Cornwall. So I actually do want to praise what was already being done. We've actually got some tangible results for things in our communities out of this partnership. It's one of the most important meetings I attend as a local councillor for getting things done in our area. We've got good relationship with our tri-service, our PCSO, and all the other officers involved. I just wanted to flag something really around the role of town and parish councils, which is, I think that we do them a disservice because they play a really important role in supporting Safer Cornwall, particularly around CCTV. The Police and Crime Commissioner gave lots of grants, capital grants, to enable CCTV to be updated several years ago, but some of that equipment is reaching the end of its life. I know in Liskeard we're thinking about how we're going to have to replace and extend some of the CCTV, and that is an ongoing conversation. But those town and parishes which put a huge amount of their precept into funding CCTV, I don't think we do them a good enough service in recognising their vital role in the Safer Cornwall strategy. So I just wanted to put a plug there for the importance of those town and parish councils. Thank you.
Yeah, well said, Councillor Croker. Thank you. Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Chair. As Chair of the Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which fulfils the Council's statutory role to scrutinise Safer Cornwall, I am pleased to support the Safer Cornwall Partnership Plan 2025 to 2028 and commend it for approval. The committee was fully engaged in the development of this plan. Members provided valuable feedback during the consultation process. We carefully scrutinised the draft plan and its evidence base and fully endorse its aims and approach. We were particularly impressed by the evidence-led focus on the targeting resources where they are most needed, balancing visible crime and antisocial behaviour with hidden harms like domestic abuse and exploitation. The plan's commitment to working with communities to create safer, stronger environments and its clear strategy for designing and developing projects at every level were also key strengths. In conclusion, the Safer Cornwall Partnership Plan 2025-2028 is a robust evidence-based strategy that reflects the priorities of our residents and the shared commitment to make Cornwall safer. I urge members to approve it, and whilst doing that, I would also like to thank all members of the committee for their involvement in scrutinising it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Furr.
Yeah, thank you. Not here to extend the debate, but just want to put on public record my thanks and praise for the team that delivered the Safe Cornwall Partnership. I think it really is the best of us, and I, with Councillor Moore, attend those meetings, and the work of the officers and the multi-agency nature of it is really superb. And again, it's hidden work, looking after some of the most vulnerable people in our community. It's away from yellow lines and potholes, but it really is the best of us, so thank you to them.
Thank you. Councillor Fitter.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. What contribution has Safer Cornwall partnership made to the inquiry that is taking place regarding the crowd surge at the August 2024 Boardmasters event? Were the Fire and Rescue Service involved under the Community Risk Management Plan? And given that this is a Safer Cornwall issue in the wider remit of the general public, when can we expect to see the result of the inquiry?
Councillor Toms.
Right. Oh, it's just come on. The thing is, this is a plan for the next few years, and we can see that it's clear, it's concise, and I agree with it. But the thing is, today published a bill, one of the biggest bills that's gone before Parliament in many years, and it's about the crime, criminality, and all the rest of it, antisocial behaviour. It's promising 13,000 new police personnel, and there'll be new offences with shoplifting, with assault and shop workers and all the rest of it. How are you going to get that married together with the plan as is? Because if you've got new legislation, it will put new burdens on to certain people, and I'd like to know how that fits together. Thank you.
Councillor Marrington.
Yeah, it's just a clarification really, but fully supportive. But I think on page 381, where it says who implements the above, there's a list of groups that are engaged in directorate service areas. I think that the issue I have is housing isn't anywhere near that, and I think with this area, when things go wrong, they can go seriously wrong. And when you've got big organisations like the police, probation service, things like this, everyone's got to be talking to each other. So particularly around the issue of domestic abuse, which I think is still around 20% of all recorded crime as well. it's really imperative that somehow we're getting the communication so mistakes don't happen. So I just wonder if it looks as though that's the main groups that are involved. I couldn't see anywhere else. I might have not just picked it up. But it's just to make sure that all the areas that potentially are affected get linked up and that the systems record if somebody is a survivor, for example, and that relates particularly to probation services when they're releasing people. So it's just about that, really. I did have another point, I've forgotten it, so thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask for a bit of clarification on what is meant by balance of enforcement and support. What do we mean by balance in the context of enforcement and support? It's referred to a couple of times, and I'm having real problems understanding what that might mean in terms of a robust response in enforcement, like touch response, what the follow-up might be, what victim support there might be. Getting that understanding, I think, has got to be profoundly appreciated to recognise the value of what's proposed in this document. Thank you.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak as the Vice Chair of the Devon and Cornwall Police and Crime Panel in how it is noticeable that on behalf of Cornwall, how successful this Safer campaign has been. Quite often in meetings that are held in Plymouth, that we talk across the area, and some of the councillors in other areas, West Devon and Exeter Way and different areas, they sometimes don't believe what goes on in Cornwall. And I can certainly reinforce how good we are, and I speak particularly locally in our own area of Safer Saltash, and I endorse what Councillor Craker is saying. You know, there are 34 people, different agencies, the police who are present, the town councillors, the members here are present, Councillor Frank and Councillor Lennox Boyd. And we sit together and we have problems, but we talk together and we resolve them. And that's the important point. And actions are taken, and the members of those different organisations come together to resolve. Sometimes it's antisocial behaviour, sometimes it's challenges. Hello?
That's me.
Councillor Tiffany.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
Echo in the back.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you. But just to say, sometimes we don't realise how good we are, and I just really want to endorse and support this motion and recognise the work that has been done, particularly with officers. I'm going to say Lucy Allison in Saltash, and you know, to name a name, who's done a remarkable job in bringing people together. So I fully support this motion.
Councillor Frank.
That was a neat segue there, thank you. And I completely echo and amplify everything that Councillor Worth has just said about the Safer Saltash partnership, but that wasn't why I raised my hand. As somebody who's just set up a community speed watch in Saltash, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to reassure Councillor Jordan and members and anybody watching this that a driver who is caught speeding doesn't just receive a piece of paper. Repeat offenders will most certainly receive a visit from a police officer.
Thank you, Councillor Frank. Councillor Alvey, do you want to come in at this point?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just pick up on the Tri-Service Safety Officer point. Yeah, I've had that conversation following the Cabinet meeting, particularly in relation to your division. Hoarding, so whilst not a specific of this plan, I think you're absolutely right that hoarding is a community safety issue. Every key worker who is engaging with a household, whether it be a social worker, a paramedic responding to a call, a fire officer doing a home fire safety check, or a PCSO attending following a police call, they should be trained in spotting hoarding and being able to escalate their concerns to the right individual or organisation to deal with it. It is a vexed challenge because ultimately people are very precious about their possessions, and it's as much a mental health challenge as anything else. But you're absolutely right. It's not just a safety risk for that individual, particularly if they're in a communal environment such as a block of flats. It's for everybody else who lives there. And finally, on the work around boardmasters, I'll respond on that. I can't give you a time for the completion of the inquiry. I'll see if I can get one for you and contact you later on that. But yes, all relevant agencies have been involved in the evidence gathering, from fire and rescue through to licensing. So it will have been a thorough investigation when it finally reaches its conclusion.
Thank you. Councillor Mould, would you like to sum up and cover some of the points that have been raised this afternoon? Sorry, Councillor Mould, we've just had a hand shot up. Councillor Long.
Yeah, sorry, thank you very much. Whilst I think the safety partnership, the safety plan is really good, and the 10 safer towns is really positive, but I'm still concerned about the effects that has on those who don't live in the 10 safer towns. The people across Cornwall, especially in the southeast and north, whereas we have really dispersed communities who don't benefit from the Safer Towns initiative because they don't live in those 10 safer towns. We in Callington, for example, aren't one of those 10. We have to do our own camera work. We have to pay for our own cameras. We have to pay for our own monitoring. We've had to put up 40 cameras across our town ourselves to do that. So could you explain how you will branch this out to incorporate and envelop those communities? Calstock, for example, bigger population in Callington, doesn't meet this requirement. How we will help those people, because the vast majority of people in Cornwall do not live in those 10 safer towns.
Thank you, Councillor Mould, and I'm happy to give you time to cover the points raised.
I got 10 minutes, Chair. Got a long list here. Councillor Thomas, along with Martin Alvey, of course I will do my very best to put that tri-service out there. I think it really deserves all the publicity it can get. So thank you for that. Martin's done the tri-service. Councillor Jordan, I know you're an absolute speed watch is your thing and it really bothers you, but we actually do, at the moment, there is the road casualty strategy, which is about to be refreshed and consulted upon, and I'm going to make sure all your points get fed into there. We've dealt with, I think Councillor Alvey's dealt with a hoarding point. Councillor Frank, thank you for your points on Speedwatch. Councillor Whidden, yes, I can assure, and it's not Councillor Whidden, it's Councillor Marrington, I do apologise. It was your point about housing, I think, in Safer Cornwall. Absolutely, we do consult with Councillor Monk and the housing, through the housing team, when we do have, and I'm sure you appreciate some of these people that we deal with, you know, have very complex lives, multiple needs, and housing absolutely is part of that, and we definitely do consult with them as part of the process within Safer Cornwall. Councillor Toms, all the new laws around shoplifting, which I'm sure Safer Cornwall Partnership will welcome, will be brought in through the police and our liaison with them. They are obviously a statutory consultee, and that will have to be fed into the partnership as we move forward. Councillor Long, it's the first thing I asked actually when I went to Safer Cornwall. I said, what about all the bigger towns? What about the little towns? We do actually have a toolkit on the Safer Cornwall website, which the smaller parishes and towns can feed into, with links to where they can go and get help. And of course, hopefully, that will be fed back through the parishes that attend our CAP meetings. And just at this point, Chair, I would just like to say thank you very much to all our community link officers. They work really, really hard across the whole of Cornwall. There aren't that many of them. They work with the CAPs and through the CAPs, and I actually think this could be a point. There was one other point, wasn't there, about CCTV from Councillor. I think talking to the chairs and vice chairs of the CAPs might well be a really good in for putting that information out there and getting some work done through that. So all in all, but I really do want to thank the team for putting this Safer Cornwall Partnership paper together. There's an awful lot of hidden work that goes on through Safer Cornwall, and they are to be congratulated. And as I say, especially the CLOs, because they take the rough edge of quite a lot of stuff. So just to say, grateful thanks to them. I think that's it. In case I've missed anybody, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mould, and we echo your comments about the team. So the vote will now be opened on the recommendation set out on pages 3, 4, 7 of your papers. Please vote for, against or abstain using the options on the microphone base. Thank you.
A couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you, members. Agenda item 10.1, Cornwall Harbours Board Independent Board Member Reappointment. I will ask Councillor Rich to propose and Councillor P. Mitchell to second the recommendation set out on page 401 of your agenda pack. Councillor Rich, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Really pleased to recommend to full council the reappointment of Mr. Jeff Wilson to the Harbours Board under the skill set harbour operations. Mr. Jeff Wilson is a very informed professional, maritime professional. He's very well known around Cornwall, and he's given a lot of service to the Harbours Board voluntarily, despite being still in full time doing what he does. And he's very trusted, and he's provided the board with some really sound views and helped us come to some really good decisions. So I'm very pleased to provide full council with the recommendation that's set out in the report pack. Thank you.
Councillor P. Mitchell.
Very happy to second, Mr. Chairman.
Any speakers? Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, sir. I just wondered if it's, I don't know if the portfolio holder is here in the room. Yeah,
Bring it to you, John.
There we are. I don't know if the portfolio holder is in the room, but I just wondered if we could have, if possible, an up-to-date valuation of all the harbours that are under the control of Cornwall Council.
Thank you, Councillor Fitter, although it's not question time at this stage. Councillor Perry, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I fully support the reapplication of Jeff Wilson. Among the criteria to belong to that board, you have to have a wealth of experience gained somewhere within the maritime world. That experience can be quite rare to find. Well, Jeff Wilson has that experience. He's also been a very strong and staunch member of the board. He's attended 7 out of the 8 last meetings. He speaks from confidence, from knowledge, and from conviction. I fully support his application.
Thank you. Councillor Rich, anything further to add?
Yeah, I mean, I can get the details of what all the harbours are worth, but some of them are worth a bit more than others.
Thank you. There being no more speakers, unless the portfolio holder did want to come in. I will allow the portfolio holder to come in if they want to come in. No. So the vote will now be opened on the recommendations on page 404 of your papers. Again, please vote for, against or abstain using your microphone base.
Couple more seconds. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 11.1, licensing of relevant protected sites fees policy. I will ask Councillor Jane Pascoe to propose, and in the absence of Councillor Jay Thomas, I'm going to ask if Councillor Fairman would be willing to second. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. I would firstly like to begin by thanking the miscellaneous licensing officers for setting out the reports today that you see in your agenda. But I also want to sincerely thank them for the really efficient way the department has been run throughout this term of council. And I also want to acknowledge the valuable service that the taxi trade provide for us here at Cornwall Council, whether it be school transport, connectivity for elderly people in the rural villages, and all sorts of things that go beyond actually what they really do. And I think that is very important. So I'm really pleased today to bring before you 2 recommendations from miscellaneous licensing. The first one, which you'll find on page 409, this report relates to updating the fees and charges policy document for park home sites, which is known as relevant protected sites. So the fees and charges from April have already been determined. We are required to have a policy document for our fees and charges for relevant protected sites, and such it needs updated with the revised agreed fees. So I ask you, I bring forward the recommendation for you to support the amended licensing of relevant protected site fees policy document, which has been updated with the agreed increase in fees and charges. Thank you.
Councillor Fairman, are you happy to second?
Yep, happy to second that.
Any speakers? Councillor Mould.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't think anybody, unless you've actually sit on miscellaneous licensing, actually knows what goes on in miscellaneous licensing, and quite a lot goes on it quietly. So I would just like to thank Councillor Pascoe, because she's actually been a very safe pair of hands holding on to the chairmanship of the miscellaneous licensing. And the work that they do actually can be quite tricksy at times, and they have difficult sites and people to deal with. So it was just to offer a thanks to her and for all the work that the committee do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe, anything further to add?
No, I have nothing further to add.
On that basis, we'll now go to the vote. This will be on recommendations. To the recommendation on page 409 of your papers. Please vote for, against, or abstain using your microphone bases.
Couple more seconds. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you, members. Agenda item 11.2, licensing of hackney carriages, private hire vehicles and operators, application fees. I will again ask Councillor Pascoe to propose and Councillor Fairman to second, please. The recommendation is set out on page 425 of your papers. Councillor Pascoe, please.
Thank you very much, and very remiss of me earlier. What I also wanted to do was thank my committee. As the portfolio holder has said, we have arduous meetings that sometimes last all day long. We have lots of applications and they have been tremendous. But so I'm really happy now to bring through our consideration recommendation that the fees and charges payable in respect of licences issued for hackney carriage vehicles, private hire operators and private hire vehicles be increased as set out in the report. And you will find that table of fees on page 430. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Conway, can you turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. Councillor Fairman, are you happy to second?
Yeah, I'll just say a few words, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, please.
So I just wanted to say that, we were very mindful at the committee that we are how valued, taxi drivers and hackney cabs and private hire firms are to Cornwall. We're a very disparate rural community. They're an essential part of our travel infrastructure. We were very mindful that any rise in the fees would have implications for what are either very small businesses or often one-person bands. And so there was a lot of careful consideration. I would praise the licensing team who actually challenged the corporate line on how much we should be upping these fees by. This is merely cost recovery. There is no icing on the cake here. We scrutinised this very carefully, and this is the bare minimum we could get away with to recover the cost of administering the process.
Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor McLennan.
I'd just like to add that I think the chair was outstanding. I worked with her for a number of years, and you're right, the knowledge, as Carol said, that we have to have when I was on the committee was an encyclopedia, but Councillor Pascoe was really, really good in the role. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conway.
Thank you. I'd just like to add that Councillor Pascoe runs a really tight, good committee there. It's one of the things I most regret in having left the Conservative part of the administration is I'm no longer on the miscellaneous licensing. It's a lovely little committee, and thank you very much, Jane, for what you do there. Just like to point out that these increases are only increases to recover costs. It's not to make a profit for the council. It's just to cover the admin costs, and I fully support the application.
Councillor Pascoe, anything further to add?
No, I'm blushing, but thank you very much for all the compliments. I thoroughly enjoy it, and thank you everybody for their support. But I do hope you will support this. As they've all said, these are slight increases because we need to recover some of the costs, but not all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote will now be opened on the recommendations on page 425 of your papers. Please vote for, against, or abstain.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's carried. Thank you, members. Agenda item number 12, pay policy statement for 25-26. I will ask Councillor Taylor to propose and Councillor Harris to second the recommendation set out on page 433 of your agenda pack. Please note that the statement is a statutory one. It does not set the Council's pay arrangements and simply articulates what they are. The statement is in the same format as previous years, and as in previous years, members, there will be no debate on the statement, but please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question for clarification when we get there. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you've noticed that my seconder isn't here, and it's not because he's run away, so I am going to ask, if I may, without consulting, if Councillor Gardner would second that. Thank you. So the recommendation is on page 433. Under section 38 of the Localism Act 2011, local authorities are required to produce an annual pay policy statement for each financial year. The statement must describe the council's policies relating to the pay of its workforce, particularly its senior officers and its lowest paid officers. The pay policy statement is in Appendix 1, and it has been written in accordance with the statutory guidance issued under Section 41 of that Localism Act 2011. And also regard has been had to the Council's responsibilities and duties as an employer under employment and other relevant legislation. And I just want to add as well that this policy statement continues to reflect the Council's commitment to pay its employees no less than the foundation living wage, reflecting its contractual commitment in accordance with the collective agreement between the Council and its recognised trade unions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gardner, are you happy to second?
Yeah, happy to second. You know, just worth reminding everyone, this doesn't set out how much each one's going to get. It sets obviously the lowest base, the absolute minimum we expect, which, as Councillor Taylor said, the foundation living wage, but it sets out the principles around how we pay people, how we employ people, which is just, you know, good working practice and really important for our people.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner and Councillor Taylor. Anyone want to raise a point of clarification? On that basis, then we'll move to, well, unless Councillor Taylor has anything she wishes to add.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. That's what we like. The vote will now be opened on recommendations set out on page 433 of your papers. Please vote for, against, or abstain on your microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
That's carried. Thank you, members. Agenda item 13, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that the Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions, so please raise your hand if you have a question you wish to ask so that Councillor Wells and I can make a note of your names. Please keep your hand up until we have everyone's names, and each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on their original question or the response. In accordance with the Council's decision in January 2023 on supplementary questions, any member wishing to put one will have 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council and the specific remits of the Cabinet portfolios. I would ask that questions and responses are kept as brief as possible so that as many members as possible have the opportunity to ask their questions. And I would appreciate if, as far as possible, members could refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside of the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with during the 60 minutes can, of course, be raised with the Cabinet member outside of the meeting. And I would also add, members, that we came dangerously close at the last meeting to not being quorate. So can I just urge as many of you to stay as possible, please, to allow that everyone has the chance to ask their questions to Cabinet members. Thank you. Please keep your hands up. Great, here we go. First one up, Councillor Long.
Morasses, thank you very much. This is a question for Councillor Worth, our digital inclusion person, or in this case, digital exclusion. A number of properties, a number of residents, too many to mention really, in my division in particular and divisions surrounding it, are suffering from a lack of engagement with the government-imposed contractor who is supposed to be installing superfast broadband, fibre broadband into the residences. Would you be willing to meet with me and residents and it's a very close trip to you, to St Dominic, to actually go and have a chat with these people and see what we can do as a council to assist them? Some of them are not getting contracts, some of them are not getting connected, some are being connected and being disconnected, and some have just had no communication whatsoever despite registering an interest. So would you be able to do that for me? Thank you.
How can you turn down a visit to St Dominic? Councillor Worth, please.
Thank you, Councillor Long. It would give me great pleasure to visit with you in St Dominic. I think it is important to establish the technology in question. Is it super fast? Is it full fibre? It's full fibre. So certainly had experience in delivering full fibre rollouts. And I recall my own parish, which we secured a deal with BT to do that within the last 5 years. So there is experience there which I can help with. So I'm very, very happy to arrange with you a visit in the near future.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be in touch. Thank you. No supplementary.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Martin is not in the room. Councillor Mustoe, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is to Councillor Donathorne. Will the Cabinet member provide an update on highway funding and in particular the budget available to Cormac to fix our roads over the coming year, please?
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Mustoe. As I outlined earlier, we're going to be having the highest level of highways maintenance funding in 25-26 since the 2017-2018 financial year. The difference is an uplift of about £3.5 million. We're going to be completing more end-of-life treatments, such as longer-lasting materials, making sure that we don't just fix potholes, but do resurfacing to make sure that it's a more sustainable and long-term measure, using greater use of preventative surface treatments and more innovative and logical use of available defect repair mechanisms to make sure that we get value for money, we fix the roads that our residents want us to, and that we don't have to keep coming back to do them. And I just want to once again, put my thanks on record, and I think of everyone in this chamber, for the men and women who go out day in, day out, fixing our roads in some brutal weather, and they've done a fantastic job. It's been an awfully bad, cold, wet winter. We're not quite out of it yet, but we're hoping for some sunshine so we can start fixing more roads again.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Mustoe?
I do, thank you. And I'm grateful to Councillor Donathorne both for his answer and for his work in assisting me in getting several well overdue stretches of road in my area, including Porthbeam Road and the road to Trenaran resurfaced during his time in the role. I'd be grateful for a discussion outside of this meeting on how we can work together, perhaps in Charlestown, to do with some more of the innovative ways of working that I understand are coming forward to better improve roads like Ridgewood Close in my patch in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Councillor Mustoe, that was slightly parochial. I did pre-warn you. Councillor Donathorne.
I've said before, Mr Chairman, I see a big part of my role in Cabinet making sure that James can continue pointing at potholes. So we'll fix those roads so you focus on something else.
Thank you. Councillor Pete Mitchell, did you want to ask your question before you go?
Yes, please, Chair. It's not so much a question, it's just the leader visited St Agnes last week and helped us with a lot of problems. One, a long-standing gritty problem, and I'd like to thank her and obviously wish her well in the future. There was a problem with your bar bill again, And the landlord is outside waiting to see you. He's not in your car parking space because he didn't know you had one and neither did you. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Mitchell, it's always a treat to go to St Agnes and meet your dedicated residents. But once again, you've embarrassed me over a situation I have no control over. To my recollection, I certainly don't have a bar bill. Thank you.
Quite right.
Councillor Mitchell.
It's just a bit of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I think, should be directed to Councillor Alvey. I'm very concerned to hear from the farming community within Cornwall that the well-loved and respected Council Farms estate of approximately 10,500 acres will be managed in the future by only one land agent as opposed to 3 previously. I'm hoping that you'll be able to reassure me that this is not true. Within the 2019 strategy that was approved by Cabinet, it states that the estate will be supported by 3 land agents and a building coordinator, but this is now not the case with just 1 land agent and a support assistant mentioned. It was stated that this level of staffing was needed for adequate capacity to deliver the ambitions of this new strategy. I for one, do not wish to see our estate managed by a range of different consultants and companies. Our government needs to realise that the food doesn't grow on shelves, and we need to preserve our farm estate and make sure that this is thriving for future generations to have a step on the farming ladder. Our farm's estate returns revenue to the council's budget, but it must be managed properly. One of the issues identified in 2019 from our tenants was that they would like more interaction with the land agents and wish to see a significantly improved coordination of the building maintenance and backlog capital work. This will now only go downhill. Within this strategy, it was also mentioned that a revised framework for maintenance, repairs and renewals will be prepared to include a reviewing options for enabling tenants to undertake minor repairs and ensuring major works are carried out by specialist contractors to ensure a value for money balance between quality and price. This has also not taken place. Is this strategy worth the paper it's written on, as it doesn't appear to be currently followed? Thank you.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm surprised you didn't raise any of these questions at when the farm strategy and the annual report for the farm's estate was discussed at Neighbourhoods Overview and Scrutiny Committee a few weeks ago. Moving on to the staffing, I'll get back to you on that. Clearly, members do not get involved in staffing issues. That is a head of service function, but I'll get an answer to you on the recruitment and staffing of the County Farms team and plans for that. In terms of the wider questions you asked, the intention is that Corsurf no longer do all of the repair work on the farm's estate. However, I will get a more in-depth answer to you on how the maintenance contract currently works. It sits between my portfolio and Councillor Harris's portfolio in terms of it's a property issue and a County Farms issue, but I'll try and get a more detailed response to you on the maintenance contract, how it now works.
Councillor Parsons, do you have a supplementary?
Firstly, thank you for your answer, where the obvious concern I would have is that there doesn't seem to be a clear handle on the staffing and various issues from the portfolio holder, which would indicate that perhaps decisions that are being made are clearly officer-led. I welcome what you've said, and I welcome the fact that you'll return the questions and answers to me, but I genuinely feel this is a situation that we need to get a firm grip on before it really does run away from us. Thank you.
Councillor Alvey.
Would you not agree?
As I say, we'll get back to you with answers to both of those questions.
Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also for Councillor Alvey.
So members will be aware that Mount Edgecombe Country Park, which is jointly owned by both Plymouth City Council and Cornwall Council, recently suffered a terrible fire. Do you agree with me that the extraordinary response from firstly Cornwall Fire and Rescue and then Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue undoubtedly stopped this from becoming a much bigger issue, much bigger disaster for businesses on the park? In addition, will the portfolio holder join me in thanking both park staff, Cornwall Council officers and Plymouth City Council officers for the speedy and determined response that has meant the local businesses were back up and running for the half-term break?
Councillor Alvey.
Councillor Ewart, thanks for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to the sterling effort of all those that you've named. And I would add one more name to that, and that's yourself, because you showed amazing leadership being in there on the estate immediately after it was safe to go onto the estate with the fire being dealt with. Particular thanks to Chris Burton, who as Councillor Ewart says, is technically an employee of Plymouth City Council, but he is the estate manager. All of the staff employed by the estate are actually employees of Plymouth City Council, but their efforts were incredible, not just in terms of support to the recovering from the fire, but also to those that are dependent on the estate. Two of our estate staff lost their home as a result of this because they were tenants in some of the accommodation in the borough centre, but also in ensuring that the businesses that relied on the response were also back up and running as soon as possible, including even the cafe there. I think that there's one more name I want to mention, and that is crew manager Shane Gill, who was the first firefighting crew on scene, and there is no doubt that his prompt actions to actually call upon the necessary water supplies, the necessary additional pumps, and his initial firefighting actions to make sure that the fire didn't actually break the various fire stops within the building certainly saved that building from it's significantly damaged, but irreparable damage. We lost the roof, a lot of damage in the upper floors, but so many people did so much, and that also extends to the community of the area, who also pitched in everything from free pasties to
Thank you, Councillor Alvey.
Sorry,
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt. It was an important subject. Councillor Ewart, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, and thanks to you as well, Councillor Alvey, for the support you gave me in the community as the fire was ongoing, but also in the days afterwards as well, so thank you.
There wasn't a question in there, so I'm going to move on. Councillor German, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to ask Councillor Alvey about the jewel in the crown that is Mount Edgecombe and the disgraceful position that members haven't had a written briefing on this. We see about it on the news, but an important part of our estate that he's happy to wax lyrical about in the chamber, he doesn't bother to send us out a briefing on. But seeing that's already been picked up by my colleague, I will ask instead about him patronising Councillor Parsons, because if he was in the scrutiny meeting and actually listening to what was being said about the Cornwall Council Farms estate, he would have heard about the shocking facilities management contract with Lorne Stewart, which is costing the farms estate way and above what it needs to be to fix farm buildings, because they're paying a facilities management contract costs for office buildings. So why doesn't he go and sort that out?
Councillor Alvey.
Perhaps you should have been in the scrutiny meeting and asked the questions yourself as well then.
Thank you, Chair. That's not an answer, but the question was asked for me on my behalf. So I think you're out of order, Councillor Alvey.
Thank you both. I'm going to draw a line under that one as well. Councillor Fitter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Gardner. Sorry. Is that better? Oh, excellent. There we go. Councillor Gardner, Will you be consulting with the external partner, whoever that might be, that we may be talking to re-Operation Cornwall before writing the job description for the new Chief Executive of Cornwall Airport Limited?
Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Councillor Fitter. You are indeed consistent. I don't think I've had a council meeting where you haven't asked me a question on the airport. So please feel free to ask me questions on this in between full council meetings. Obviously, as you're aware, the Managing Director of Cornwall Airport has submitted her notice. It will go through the normal procedures for our arm's length companies for recruitment. We don't need to necessarily write a new job description. We already have one there, but that will go through the formal procedure, go through the core serve board and all those other things that it goes through. Employment of individuals within CAL is not a subject of discussion in corduroy board meetings.
Councillor Fitter.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Then, since you have the job description in front of you, will the new incoming candidate be asked to endorse the current folly of the Cornwall Airport Space Project?
Gardner.
Yeah. First of all, I don't have the job description in front of me. I never said that I did, so please don't put words into my mouth. Your word folly is a matter of opinion. There's many, many members in this council that have voted for the spaceport over many, many votes. So you're entitled to your opinion. I just disagree with it.
Councillor Jenkin.
Thank you. My question is for the leader. Yesterday I attended Carnbury Leisure Centre in the afternoon to provide support to the young people who were very concerned about an event that was going on there. But the thing that concerned me was some of the language that was presented by the so-called supporters of reform who were standing outside, particularly in relation to refugees and migrants. And I just would ask the leader if she would reconfirm our position in Cornwall and Cornwall Council that refugees are welcome in Cornwall.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Loveday. It's a serious subject, but I'm glad you clarified why you were at Carnbury yesterday, so thank you for that. It's incredibly disappointing to hear that some parts of our community are not warm and embracing on the situation that genuine refugees find themselves in. And our position at Cornwall Council is absolutely very clear. We are here. And, if refugees are making their way into Cornwall or they're being sent into Cornwall with the support of the government or other outside agencies, our position is to welcome them, embrace them, and welcome them into our community and give them that safety and security that they look for. And up to date, I'm really, really proud at how the community within Cornwall has absolutely responded. I think we have to look to reform to look at their standards and set their own standards, and I'm really hoping that that will be done by the leadership, because if it's not done by the leadership, it will be a sorry state for potential reform candidates. And I also just want to add up, we've all got a sense of decency in us, and that is what I expect to see coming through from any candidate who's standing for Cornwall Council elections. Respect for who we have in our community and a decency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Jenkins, do you have a supplementary?
No, just to thank the leader for re-saying that, because I do think it's incumbent on all of us to have respect for everyone and to not say that A is right and B is wrong and get into a tussle about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Gardner again. So first of all, I just want to thank you for coming to St Jude the other day and seeing what excellent work a community can do with support from the Growth Hub team and bringing that fantastic building to fruition. So my concern is around the whole scheme going forward, and I've touched upon redundancies earlier today. So You can give me a written answer if it's easier, but I'd like to know what was the operational budget for the team in year 3 last year, and what is the operational budget going forward? And with regard to the operational staff, you know, who's been made redundant? What's the breakdown between grade 5 managers and above and the grade 4 down to grade 2 staff? My concerns are around, you know, do we have enough like worker bees, you know, to help communities going forward?
Councillor Gardner.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fairman. A pleasure to be in St Trudy the other day. I think we can all agree that the Community Capacity Fund and the Community Levelling Up programme have been like real star features of the Good Growth Fund. Particularly good to see, you know, a project there which has been enabled, wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the Community Levelling Up Fund. I've been raising this as a concern for 18 months, sort of 2 years now, really since we started off on this journey. And we got a 1-year reprieve, we know that. But last year we ran a project budget, an overall project budget of about 82 million. This year, of course, or year 4, that's going down to 47 million. So there's naturally have had to be a retraction in the team numbers there. I think the overall project management budget across the board has been about 4%, but I'll just double check that for you. It's not an insignificant sort of sum of money, and it has maintained a lot of jobs within the team, but those have been absolutely critical to give as much help as possible to all the organisations that come through, irrespective of size. I think we're seeing at the moment there's about 25 roles which are going. I would love to be able to say that that was all, but it's not. There are, like I said, quite a few jobs that are dependent on this, and we just don't know what the programme holds for the future. There is no commitment from government. In fact, they've been quite open by saying this will be the last Shared Prosperity Fund round. They've said future funding will be linked to sort of devolution deals, and you know, we know where we are with Cornwall for that. So it's going to be very challenging over the next 12 months for all those people. But we keep working with our people, keeping them informed and in the loop as much as possible, because that team has done an incredible job. I've said it in scrutiny before. I'll say it again now. And at the moment, they're managing year 3 and year 4 around the same time. The jobs are across the spectrum, by the way. They're not all at the lower level. But I'll get an exact breakdown for you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. No supplementary. Thank you very much. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Donathorne. Obviously, we've had the individual decision sent to us today that 19 of Cornwall Council's car parks are being transferred to Corserve. However, with our Cornwall Council car parks, we run a scheme where vehicles that have disabled tax class can purchase a permit for £10 that gives them free parking in our car parks. Can you assure me that those 19 car parks, our disabled residents with those permits will still be able to park in those car parks?
Councillor Donathorne.
The decentralisation of the car parks at Councillor Frost, it's not within my portfolio.
That question is to whoever is portfolio it sits under.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, the list of car parks to be centralised has been announced. I can't say and give cast iron guarantees about the charging structures that will be in place, but from the 2 pilot schemes that we've done already, any disabled parking is still applied across that. But now it is a decision for Corserve. Corserve is part of Cornwall Council, so you would think that most of the things that they do will align with what we do. But I cannot give that cast iron guarantee that they will be in charge, because it's up to Corserve as a decision for them to make.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, well, in that case, I would like you to assure me that you and the rest of the Cabinet members will do everything within your power to ensure that that does go forward and that our less able residents aren't penalised for this decision.
Anything further to add, Councillor Monk?
I think that's a perfectly reasonable request, and we're going to be doing everything we possibly can to ensure that your wishes are met.
Thank you. Councillor Barnes.
My question's to Louis Gardner.
We both know a gentleman who keeps claiming things, and I've tried to reassure him. And I think the only way I can reassure him is if I went to visit Hangar 404 at Newquay Airport. And can he facilitate that for me, please?
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Obviously, disappointing that you take it. You're in regular comms with an individual who's been singled out by the Standards Committee of this council as being a persistent complainant. But here we are. I refer you to the email you received yesterday from the Deputy Monitoring Officer, where he refused your request and profoundly sort of stated that there is confirmation in writing from the Health and Safety Executive that no flammable aerosols are contained within that hangar. And if you've got any issues around that response from him, I suggest you go back to the Deputy Monitoring Officer.
Councillor Barnes.
I have nothing further to add, my lord.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you. First of all, if I may, given that free pasties were mentioned, can I thank Louis Gardner, it's nothing to do with pasties, for coming to Pixel opening, just to say, much appreciated, and to pay credit to you for helping to fund that important project, which is helping Penzance. My question, I think, maybe for David Harris, it's nothing to do with that. Why are you saying no? You just don't want a question, or you
Well, if you only think it's from me, I'll tell you now it's not. Now ask the question.
Well, that's one answer.
What's your question, Councillor Dwelly?
All right, can I ask it at least, and then you can refuse to answer? Hopefully not. Right, now, this is a serious question. Adult education job losses. Councillor Ellenbrook, it might have been for you, but I think this is about pay and jobs, so I think it's Councillor Harris. Could you please confirm to all members how many jobs are being lost in that process? And I have been told by someone who has lost their job, who was on a 0 hours contract, and this is really important, that this particular person has worked in this service for 9 years and is being offered something like £100. Now, obviously, if you were on a full contract, and this is one perhaps the Chief Executive could look into as well, you would obviously expect something like a month's pay per year worked. Now, I haven't said anything publicly about this until now. I don't know how many staff, you won't have the answer now, but how many staff who have lost their jobs were on 0 hours, 1, 2, why were they? And 3, even though legally I don't doubt that you don't have to pay them redundancy, how can Cabinet possibly think it's okay for those people to not get the sort of recompense that a member of staff would get? This, I do accept, may be something you can't answer on the spot, but I want to raise it as a very serious issue that concerns me. Thank you.
Can the relevant portfolio holder take this one, please?
I'll take it on the nose. Councillor Dwelly, you're quite right. There's no way either I or I think Councillor Ellenbrook, unless she turns to look and nod, I mean she isn't, she's shaking her head, can answer that sort of a detailed question on the spot. But between Councillor Ellenbrook and I, we'll get back to you with a written answer.
May I? Just to say, please, can the information be shared with all members, because there are other divisions where this may be an issue. So the numbers is my key question, and the response of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Monk. Councillor Monk, as you all know all too well, the government's ramped up the number of houses we have to deliver in Cornwall from 2,700 to 4,300 a year, leaving us with no local plan, no 5-year land supply, and a presumption in favour of sustainable development. Can I ask what you're doing to protect Cornwall from inappropriate development and land banking over the next 3 or 4 years while we get a local plan together?
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, Councillor Nolan, you're quite right. And until we get the local plan up and running with the proven land supply to meet the demand placed upon us, we are going to be susceptible for speculative development, as we had in a period, I think it was around 2015 till about 2018, somewhere around that period. And all we can do through our planning committees is insist what we do still have control of, which is good design, good for the amenity, ensuring that residents can get the infrastructure, the open spaces, the carbon efficient properties that they want. We are going to be faced with a position where we are going to struggle to turn down applications just based on the fact that it's of a number that we don't like. So I'm trying to ensure that through the local plan, in the remaining weeks of this administration, that the local plan will have enough teeth for the next administration to pick up, to move it forward at pace and to get it to where it needs to be, to ensure that we maintain and get that level of protection back that we had until the government announced its decision to increase the amount of housing.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, I do, yes. I mean, that's a little disappointing, Councillor Monk. I mean, these are things we could do and that we do. What I was hoping you'd tell us is that you were getting together with other local authorities across the country, because this is a national issue. There are many local authorities suddenly find themselves with a burden of housing that they've got to produce. And you would get together with those and tell the government this arbitrary increase in the number of houses isn't going to provide the affordable housing, the social housing, the housing for our young people that we all agreed we need. It's just going to provide profits for developers. Could you get together with local authorities and see if you could form some sort of front?
Time.
Mrs. Carline would be cheering.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, we of course engage with our neighbours and other local authorities anyway, and I know there's been conversations around this very subject as well. So I think it's only fair for me to act on what you said and see what we can do in the remaining time that we have, so the next person who sits where I'm sat can actually be able to have some guidance and at least a start and a step forward to be able to do what you require, which is to look at the amount of housing that's being foisted upon us from the government.
Councillor LeBroy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not absolutely sure which Cabinet member I need to ask the question of, so with your indulgence, can I ask the question and then perhaps the most appropriate one could answer. The question is, it surrounds water activity trailer parking, also known as surf schools. They operate all around the coast of Cornwall. There's quite a few on my patch up in the far north of Cornwall. These businesses employ local people and they provide genuine attractions to visitors. They've been operating, in my knowledge, for probably in the region of 40 years plus. They have been subject to paying an annual licence fee to operate their businesses from our beaches, which they will understand and are quite comfortable with. That's been ongoing for several years. But specifically in Bude and Widmouth Bay, they've suddenly been asked this year to pay an extra fee to park their trailers on car parks. And they're being asked for somewhere in the region of £1,500 a year per trailer. Now, for a small business with very few employees, probably not taking that much money, but obviously enjoying the lifestyle that Cornwall has to offer, this is a very potentially big sum of money that could make them either seriously adjust the way they operate their business or have to reduce or even maybe cease what they're doing. It's come to light that it's only being applied in Bude and Widmouth Bay, which I think is incredibly unfair. And I would just like to ask the portfolio holder that's responsible for this some sort of sense of assurance that we can put this on hold and make sure that we actually do create a fair and level playing field right across Cornwall for all operators and businesses of this nature, please.
Thank you. Do we have someone from the Cabinet who's willing to respond? Councillor Donathorne, thank you.
Well, I heard car park, so it twigged the ear. So, look, can you please put it in writing, send it to me, and then we can cascade that and we can have a conversation offline.
Councillor LeBroy. Thank you. Mike Thomas. Councillor Mike Thomas. I've done it again. Councillor J. Thomas. He's not here. You didn't put your hand up.
I can think of a question if you like, but I'm sure everybody wants to go home. No, it's okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. We've just heard a rather disingenuous representation of a local assembly at the Cornwall Leisure Centre being responsible for abusive comments about refugees and immigrants. I happened to be there at the time. I was dropping off my wife, and I want to say thank you very much for the police who were calm, collected, and kept dozens of awful people in masks, shouting, screaming, being very aggressive in their manner, covered in masks.
Yeah, if we got a question, Councillor Desmond.
And I would like you to agree with me, Leader, please, that the police, and who in particular, the lady policeman who bravely escorted my wife through this throng, acted with considerable bravery, courage, courtesy, and that a legal assembly should not be regarded as a place for the sort of demonstrations on just about every single topic you could think of, from hard left to whatever you want to call it, in a place where people should be allowed to be safe, and not to see the resources of perhaps as many as 20 or 30 police and their vehicles having to be deployed to protect our citizens.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Desmond, I'm very biased when it comes to the police. I absolutely support their actions in probably 99.9% of all occasions in Cornwall, and I think it's coming back to the fact my husband was a member of the serving police officer in Devon and Cornwall, and I have family also in different forces. So I absolutely applaud the difficult situations that I think the police probably found themselves in on that particular night, which was only yesterday. But I do want to come back to what I said to Councillor Loveday-Jenkins. Respect. It has to be equal, it has to be recognised, and it's got to be appreciated. And all too often, the police find themselves in a situation that should just not be happening. So all I would, I do support the police, and I really thank them for their actions last night. But, we're entering into elections. I'm just going to ask for people to be calm, respectful, and treat them as you would want to be treated yourself. And let's take the temperature down, and let's look forward to a really good campaign leading up to the elections, and then the people will vote on the day. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you for that, Leader. And I think the sentiments on respect are incredibly important, in particular, avoidance of disingenuous representations about people attending a lawful assembly. Do you agree?
Councillor Taylor.
I said it's respect. So everyone must take responsibility for their own actions, but I'm just asking people to be calm, respectful, and we do live, thankfully, in a country where freedom of speech is key, and I would want to uphold that, but respectfully.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Colin Martin.
Thank you. Question for Councillor Alvey. So it's over a year ago now that I brought a motion to the Council saying that we need to reassess our net zero target of 2030. You said that we were working on a local area energy plan, housing decarbonisation plan, transport decarbonisation plan. Do we have those plans in place now? And are we on track to be net zero by 2030? Or do we need to be honest and say that Cornwall as a whole has not a chance in hell of getting there, because there's only 5 years left, and neither the last government or the new government is going to put in the money that needs to take to get there?
Councillor Alvey.
So the local area energy plan's coming to Cabinet in March. We don't approve the local area energy plan because it's a plan for Cornwall, but we will hopefully be endorsing it. That will then give a pathway that, obviously we're at the end of this council, then the new council will then be invited. I think it would be opportune for them to look at our carbon neutral strategy, look at the evidence that it produces along with all the other plans that are being put in place, and they may wish to revise those targets, expand on those targets, or indeed expand on the plan. So I think the key thing is that they will have all of the evidence that they need in the new council to then refresh our carbon neutral plan, bring it up to date on the basis of some empirical evidence that particularly the local area energy plan will have put together.
Do you have a supplementary, Colin Martin? Councillor Martin.
Councillor Alvey, you've been the Cabinet Member for Climate Change for 4 years. You're supposed to have a handle on the size of the job that needs to be done and be honest with the public and with the government about what it will take to get there. Everybody else in this room knows that we are not going to get Cornwall to net zero by 2030. If you can't honestly say that, then you're not doing your job properly.
There's no question in there, so I'm going to move on. Councillor John Martin.
Thank you, Chair. It's just for Councillor Monk. I have had several parish councillors asking, as we are aware of solar farms being projected in West Cornwall, about the report on 3A, 3B land, agricultural land and its usage. Are you aware of the progress of that report, please?
Councillor Monk.
No. Honestly, no. I know there's a report going on into it, and I know that it causes a lot of consternation within the rural communities about applications that come forward. But I'll find out and give you a written answer on where that report's up to. But off the top of my head, no, I'm not sure where it's up to, whether it's been completed or not.
Councillor Taylor wants to come in.
Yeah, thank you. John, thanks for the question. Ollie, if I could just add to it, because the motion came through and it was a collaborative shared motion from across the chamber, but it was led by who I call my farming boys, and they were very, very anxious about the use of 3B land, and in particular, what they were saying to me is their belief is that 3B land in Cornwall is more valuable than 3B land anywhere else. So it was a motion, it was because of the cost implications, it was referred. Now, I'm hoping to be corrected here if I'm wrong, but I do believe that it was being led by Tracy, our former 151 monitoring officer. So, sorry, the 151 officer. So if I could look to Alice and ask her if it's acceptable that we just trace it, because I know that when I spoke to Tracy about 8 weeks ago, it was being pulled together. So do you mind? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rogerson.
This time. Thank you. It's to you, actually, Chair, and two apologies. I've been in and out like a yo-yo for this meeting, so I wanted to apologise. I've just been offered and given a new laptop which wasn't functioning, hence my going out, so I do apologise. And my second apology is for my failing to notice that my tribute this morning, I said, was on behalf of Liberal Democrats, thinking that so I apologise to everyone. It's been pointed out to me, of course, that it doesn't happen because she wasn't a present member of this. So I was fully expecting other groups to do a tribute as well. So obviously, I should have been saying it was on behalf of everyone and not the Liberal Democrats. So I apologise for that as well. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Fitter.
It's been dealt with, sir. Thank you very much.
Excellent. There being no more questions, I will draw a close to today's meeting at 3:45 p.m. Thank you to all members for their attendance today and for a healthy and balanced debate on the budget earlier. Have a safe journey home. Thanks, members.